the recognition weekend. I am here with my co-host, Joanna LeBlanc, a Washington, D.C. based attorney of Asian descent and also a 2020 MyPad honoree, who has been kind enough to join me today to co-host. We want to officially welcome you to the 2020 MyPad opening ceremony. Normally, we'll be physically in New York this weekend, but due to the global pandemic this year, like everything else, we are virtual. Johanna, are you there? Can you jump
Yes,
in?
I'm here. Yes.
Yes. Hi, Johanna.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Wherever you are in the world, to excellencies, head of states, MyPad honorees, and distinguished guests. Again, my name is Joanna LeBlanc. I am a national security law and foreign policy expert based in Washington, D.C. I also serve as MyPad's Global Director for International Affairs. It is my profound honor to serve as one of your moderators for this year's most influential People of African Descent Recognition Week. The theme of this year's conference is Representation Matters. The MyPad team and honorees were looking forward to a celebration at the United Nations headquarters in New York City. Then COVID happened, which forced all of us into our new reality, one that some of us have realized will be our new normal. This disruption has caused us to embrace technology more than ever before. Our world will forever be changed. There are no more rules except efficiency. This is a moment to nonetheless reflect on our planet and its institutions. This pandemic has caused many of us, it has exposed our digital vulnerabilities, economic inequalities, and also weak governance. However, together, we can overcome the challenges of the 21st century. Again, welcome to 2020 MyPad Recognition Week.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for that intro. So what do we expect for this weekend? It's a fully packed agenda. Obviously, we started with the opening ceremony today. So we have two sessions. We have this session which started about 10. We have another session with the world leaders at 12 o'clock noon. Again, all the times that we will be stating in this conversation are all Eastern Standard Time, which is New York time.
Right, New York time.
Anytime I reference a time, I'm referencing New York time. So the afternoon session will begin at 12 with all the world leaders. Tomorrow we have a leadership training in the morning, and then the global reunion. Pretty excited about that one, where all the MyPadians from previous years will come together to discuss and give us a progress report on what's happening with them. And on Sunday, we have the continuation of the leadership training in the morning, and the world famous, internationally known, accepted recognition ceremony will be at 4 p.m. on Sunday, where we'll be giving out the 2020, class of 2020 will be receiving their recognition. And on Monday, we're going to be having the closing ceremony and also a climate action session as well. So what do we have in stock? We have prime ministers, we have first lady, we have vice presidents, we have UN High Commissioner, we have CNN Chief Diversity Officer, we have award-winning authors, we have CEOs, we have humanitarians, we have celebrities, we have MyPad. Pretty much is a fully packed weekend. And I hope that you can join us for all of this session, because we are looking forward to really provide some very important information to you guys. And also in the afternoon sessions, we are going to be having translators. So folks will be speaking in their native language. We're able to translate to English or vice versa, depending on the language that you select. So look out for that for the afternoon session. And don't forget, please, as you are right now, can you go on your social media and help us tweet? You know, the hashtag for this session and for the weekend is hashtag RW2020 and hashtag MyPad100. So please write that down somewhere, take note of that, and free time, just help us tweet, you know, post on all your social medias would be greatly.
Take screenshots
from the Zoom, because that's the new normal now. Instead of taking pictures on the
new
carpet, it's a Zoom. It's a Zoom picture, and we can tweet, Instagram that, and all social media platforms. Thank you so much. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our CEO of MyPad, all the way from Lagos, Nigeria, Mr. Camille. Thank you and welcome, everyone.
All right, all right. Thank you so much. It truly is amazing, to be here today, to still be standing. And I'm just gonna ask that everyone that's on right now, I just want you to just take a moment, just pause. There's so much going on around us. We acknowledge that, and we thank you so much, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. Just a deep breath of thank you, and we're excited to be with you this week. As you heard from Joanna and from Talkway, it's a full pack 4-day recognition week. We can't be in New York, but we're here virtually, so we're grateful to God for that. So every day we have 2 sessions over 4 days, and today's opening ceremony. We have 2 sessions, which is the update from the UN and the African Union. And then we have a session with the world leaders. That's what's happening today. And then tomorrow is the leadership training, which I would always say is one of my favorite parts of Recognition Week, is happening on Saturday and on Sunday. And on the evening of Saturday, we're having a global reunion for all our MyPad honorees to come back and connect with each other. The First Lady of Sierra Leone will be there. She spoke as a valedictorian in 2018. Vusi and Rolake are going to be hosting their Star MyPadians, so very excited to have them. And on Sunday, the anticipation is revealing the class of 2020. We're all very excited about that. And we're going to have our closing ceremony on Monday, which is going to focus on meeting also our honorees for the climate action. So, as many of you know, MyPad, we are a global civil society organization working with the United Nations in support of the UN International Decade. And we focus our efforts on recognition. And because of the current state of the world, nothing is normal about 2020. So our research team this year took it upon ourselves to look around the world to check the presence of people of African descent, to see where we exist. And, going into it, we were very shocked, but, the result is even more shocking. But we're very excited to celebrate the people that we found in the highest positions across the globe, and notably those who were not there because we're not represented in these places. So we look forward to sharing that with you, that research with you on Sunday. And overall, I believe that the theme we chose this year, which is MyPad Global Reckoning Edition, Representation Matters, speaks to the times in which we live. So my final thought to all of you is this. When we started this journey in 2017 with the United Nations, we knew that having influence as a person of African descent was meaningless if it wasn't connected to standing up for the human rights and the civil liberties of people of African descent. Fast forward to 2020, you find that many of the honorees we honored a few years ago are the ones who are on the front line of the gender and racial equality movement that's going on in the world. So that's what it means to be a MyPadian. If you ever wondered, right? It's not really the recognition, it's a lifestyle. It's you using your influence to stand up for the rights and the civil liberties of people of African descent. So with that thought, I want to say thank you again for taking the time out to be with us, and let's get started. Thank you. All right, Prince, over to you. And thank you to all our team from all over the world. There's no I in team. A big thank you to our team, Nina, our country director in Brazil, to all our country directors who are on, to our executive team, Joanna Tokbe, Shegun, our social media manager, Jonathan, Renee, thank you for taking on the moderation of the World Leaders session. Justin, I see you. Thank you so much. All the UN fellows, thank you all. from the UN and from the African Union. Thank you all for being here. All right, Jonathan, that's my time.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to hear from
Distinguished guests and
High
friends, I
Commissioner.
am pleased to
Everybody
join you
hear
today at the
the
opening
video?
of the most influential 100 recognition. Distinguished guests and friends, I am pleased to join you today at the opening of the most influential 100 Recognition Week organized by MePad. First of all, congratulations to the latest group of MePad honorees who are being recognized for their contributions to society in diverse fields. I'm pleased that the honorees are young activists, Africans and people of African descent from around the world. I'm also happy to learn that the 2019 OHCHR Fellows of African Descent are also among the honorees. The organization of this recognition week directly falls into one of the three themes of the International Decade for People of African Descent: recognition, justice, and development. As we approach the midterm of the International Decade for People of African Descent, we will need to do much more to build upon achievements so far. Collective mobilization for social impact, led by a global network of influencers such as yourself, is much needed today. The global anti-racism protests this year have made it clear that communities must be able to stand up against racism and racial discrimination, participate in shaping decisions that affect them, and be able to air their grievances. Through this message, I therefore encourage all of you to contribute to the promotion of the International Decade within your respective countries and communities. Among other issues, the program of activities of the International Decade for People of African Descent calls for awareness raising through information and education, with a view to restoring the dignity of people of African descent. I'm sure you can all contribute to that. Please do not hesitate to reach out to my office for more information on various learning and support opportunities in this regard. I thank MePad for organizing this event and wish you all success in your endeavors.
do in support of the UN International Decade. So thank you very much. Now, Khalees, your group is here. That was a recognition for you, so thank you all. And Justin, I'm gonna hand over for you to do an introduction of yourself, 2 to 3 minutes. Tell us who you are. And after your introduction, we'll have a conversation with the UN fellows to find out what life has been like after their fellowship in the real world. So go on. Justin,
right.
Good to have you from DC.
Great to see you, brother. Well, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful celebration. My name is Justin Hansford. I'm a law professor and I direct the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center at Howard University. For those who don't already know, we are the largest historically Black college or university in the United States, 5 times larger than the next largest, and also the best. For many of us believe our legacy extends to people like Thurgood Marshall, the first African-American Supreme Court Justice in the United States, all the way to Kamala Harris, the current vice presidential candidate, and many others, including the Black Panther himself, Chadwick Boseman, who is another alum of ours. So at the Thurgood Marshall Center, we work to promote racial justice by using a human rights framework and a social movement-centered approach. So we are committed to the Black Lives Matter movement. We're committed to doing research and going to court and Congress and to the streets, whatever it takes to try to get human rights and civil rights for our people. So for me, it's a great honor to be able to open this conversation with these 3 wonderful scholars who have already demonstrated their commitment to this cause, really trying to embrace a Pan-African perspective, including people from all over the diaspora and the continent itself in all of their advocacy. So thank you for welcoming me, and let's get started.
All right. Always good to see you, Justin. Thank you for what you do. All right, so let's hear from the UN fellows who are here. Khalees, you go first. Just tell us who you are and what you do.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Khalees Moreno from Colombia. So I'm from the Pacific Coast, where African descended people live, actually. So I'm an attorney at law holding.
Oh, Khalees, right. Hear you, Khalees.
Maybe having connection issues, I think so.
All right, so Leo, talk to us. How's it going in Canada? Talk to us. How is life post-Geneva?
Khalees, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, actually, it's been a very interesting time, given the relevance of the experience in Geneva vis-a-vis the reality of our world right now. My name is Leo Nupolu Johnson, originally from Liberia, but living in Canada now. Yeah, I will say the training wouldn't have come, unfortunately, at an appropriate time, given what we're facing right now. And since I returned from Geneva, it has been a whirlwind. But at the same time, I felt more energized as a result of having access to the resources, some of the resources that were made available to us, but just also now thinking through what happens after the decade and preparing for that rather than limiting our scope of work to just a decade.
To just a decade. Very good. Very good. That's a very important point. All right. So Catherine is also here.
Just to let you know, we got 5 minutes till the end of the discussion in QA.
Oh, okay. Moving. All right. Well, so Catherine, I know Catherine as well. So it's great to see you again, Catherine. And we'd like to hear more about your background and what you're working on.
Sure. So I'm currently in New York, but I always have to ground that I'm Nigerian, Yoruba specifically. I was raised in London, and I currently work at the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, where I'm the Gender Justice Program Coordinator. So we're basically fighting for the rights of Black immigrants in the US, which is a continuous struggle, especially now during the pandemic, during national uprisings where we're focused on bailing people out of prisons and detention centers. And then also as we are coming closer to the election. So a lot of my work centers on migrant rights, prison abolition, gender justice, reproductive justice, and so on. And I think that the fellowship was a great opportunity to meet people across the world doing that same kind of work.
Excellent, excellent. Well, the first question I had for the panel, you learned so many wonderful things during the fellowship, and then you're sent back into the world to make it happen. So I wonder if you have any reflections at this point. So much is happening. It seems like every week there's another dramatic thing happening out here. What did you learn that you think you can put to use as you're fighting for social justice for Black people? This would be for anyone. Maybe let's start with Catherine, and then we can go down the list.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot about the various mechanisms and bodies that we can consult in times of hardship. But then I think we honestly learned of the limitations of them as well. We learned of the times where these processes would be useful. For example, the working group of experts on people of African descent, we learned about their sessions and also the areas that various experts specialize in. So if there are particular issues, be it police violence or other kinds of concerns that we have, there are reporting processes that we can go through and share with our communities that they can also tap into as well. But yeah, I think one of the greatest lessons we learned is like when we should tap into these things and when we should organize in our communities individually, because it isn't this all-encompassing process that we always have to go through.
Great. Thank you for that. Leo?
Yeah, I think for me, I would say one of the most important lessons was understanding how we can leverage the UN as a system, whether directly or indirectly, because many times giving the positioning of the international decade, we all know how the UN system sometimes can be very tricky to access. However, being able to just utilize it based on your wealth of knowledge within the spirit of what it stands for, without even having a direct connection with the UN office, has been a huge learning for me, where I can walk in the room and demonstrate that, yes, I do understand that I can hold the government of Canada accountable without necessarily having to write a long letter to Geneva, because I already have the tools at my disposal that I can hold them accountable on based on some of the declarations that they themselves have signed up to. Another important piece was just leveraging the system. I was involved immediately upon my return with the nomination of Dr. Bonnie Ibawa, who was successful in being the special rapporteur on the rights to development now. So using the skills that I came back with, I was able to be very effective in that process in supporting his nomination to make sure we are expanding representation continuously without relenting as we try to get the voices out there.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. Is Khalid, are you able to hear us?
Sorry, Mariam, I didn't get an opportunity. I don't know if I should go ahead.
Hey, Marian. Okay, good. Yes, go ahead, Marian.
Marian, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mariam Patti. I'm South African, and I've been living in Dublin here in Ireland. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Have been living here in Dublin in Ireland for the last 10 years. Predominantly working in the social justice sector. I'm a community development and social policy practitioner. I've worked predominantly with migrant organizations. Perhaps I should just go on to answer the questions that you asked.
Please do. Please do.
Yes. So taking part in the fellowship, as the other fellows have already said, it was such a great opportunity, and I said it 2 days ago during the rest, I was glad to be surrounded by such a high caliber of people of African descent was just beyond what I imagined. I had already been working on the ground at grassroots level on the rights of migrant workers when I got soon exposed, soon after arriving in Ireland, to issues affecting people in low-paid work, in particular people of African descent that had come here to do jobs that are considered low-paid work, the exploitations and things like those. So going to the UN and then getting trained in a way to understand how to use these international instruments, but also how to advocate for ourselves and people that we are affected by the same issues. It was just an enhancement of what I already had. So coming back, I got involved with the decade massively, even if it's kind of on a tortoise pace. But I had not engaged with the decade before I went I did the fellowship. I didn't know about it or its existence. I just came across the art because I was just always looking for scholarships in this regard. So coming back, I have engaged with the organizers of the decade, the project worker for the decade in Ireland, as well as trying to follow up with the Minister for Justice here to understand when it will actually be launched and what this means, in particular to the issues of the low employment rates of people of African descent compared to the rest of the migrants.
Absolutely. So we have about 5 minutes to go. I want to just do this, Justin, really quickly. Based on everything we know about the decade, the question I want to ask for us to share with the audience is, what do we need support with right now to ensure that the international decade, we're mid-year, we're midterm now, what specifics? I want us to talk about specific things that you believe we can do collectively together to ensure that, you know, the decade gets, you know, at least traction before the 10 years are up. So that's to the panelists. I mean,
maybe those who haven't spoken can go. I know Kelly's was on and then she went off. Maybe he can start.
She's off again.
She's off again. She said she said
bad connection.
Yeah.
But listen, Justin, I mean, one of the things I wanted to just note that I noted is when you look around the world, growing up in the US, right, Black History Month was only February. But when you took a global look at it, you discover that Black History Month is somewhere every month, somewhere around the world. So 12 months throughout the year, we're celebrating Black history. There's still many countries around the world that still don't have that. And I always say that as part of advocating for the international decade, that's one of the things that we need to push for. I mean, what are your thoughts about that? That's one angle that I'm looking at,
right.
You know, and getting MyPath to support with that.
Right. Well, the reality is most people in the world don't know that this is the decade. They don't know that there is a decade for people of African descent. Most people of African descent and Black people and Africans do not know that there is a decade. So finding ways to get the message out to the people is of utmost importance. Hosted a mid-decade review at Howard in the early part of this year. We had some attendance, but even then, we need more people to be able to take ownership wherever you are in the world and let people know that this is a mechanism we can use to empower our people. We should not leave any power on the table. Any resources on the table. So this is here for us to use to make things better on all areas of human rights, and we should take advantage of that opportunity. Second thing I want to say really quickly is this is an opportunity for Pan-Africanism. This is an opportunity for people of African descent from all over the world to work together for a common project. That's something that we don't have enough of. We have too many reasons to divide ourselves and fight against each other, not enough reasons to come together and use our power collectively. This is a reason to use your power to come together collectively for something good and positive. And it's a way to reach out to your people in high office, reach out to your people of economic means, reach out to your celebrities in the entertainment world, and get them on board with fighting for human rights. This is a great platform for doing that. Hopefully we'll use that platform in the next 5 years.
All right.
Okay, we got 1 minute.
Final thoughts. Final
thoughts. 1 minute left.
I would just say my final thoughts here quickly would just be, I think we need to start transitioning from the decade itself to stability now. I think it's time to start looking around at some of the progress that we've made, regardless of how small, cementing it for the long term. And that includes making sure things like MyPath, things like other things that have already happened. How can we make this become a part of our mainstream and not just a project-based activity that is associated with 10 years? So that would be my final thought on that.
Good one. Okay. All right, over to you. Thank you all so much.
Right now?
Oh, Khalees is back.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so we'll give you just a quick minute.
Yes, okay. Yes, I'm Kelis Moreno. I'm an attorney of law holding a master of.
Connection is still bad, Kelis.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
Topper, over to
So
you.
we'll come back. So let's move right along. Maybe we'll give Kelis some time to speak on the back end. So we're moving right along. That was a great conversation. Thank you so much, Justin and the UN fellows for those kind words. And we're hoping to be able to build on the great work that you folks are doing. Amazing job. Kudos to you guys. So we're going to move right along. It's about a little bit, 10:35 now. We're doing fantastic on time. I am going to introduce now the next session. This is the UN SDG session, and it's going to be moderated by Kwame A.A. Opoku. He's an SDG innovator and the CEO of Reset Global People. Kwame, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. I hope that my sound is clear and everybody is able to hear me. Good to see you, Camille. My name is Kwame A.A. Opoku. I am dialing in from Accra, Ghana, which, whether Camille likes or not, is the hub of the SDGs in West Africa. Because our president is the chair of the eminent group of advocates at the SDG. He sits on that chair with the Prime Minister of Norway, if I'm correct. And so we own the SDGs. Nobody can take it from us.
But our jollof is still the best, though.
No, we won't talk about jollof. I don't want to get into trouble. So for the next 29, 28 minutes, because Tope is not playing with his time, we'll be having a very, very important conversation around the Sustainable Development Goals. I run an SDGs aligned agency called Reset Global People. My part is our partners. We run the Global SDGs Youth Summit, which is aimed at practicalizing as a lifestyle the SDGs for young people across the continent, so that it's not just buzzwords, it's not just something for the diplomats or the UN agencies, but everybody understands what it is that they want to do. And that's the reason why the context for this conversation couldn't be more perfect. I have two amazing women who I'm doing this with, and I'm excited because the gender parity people cannot whip us for it. In fact, I am sandwiched with very powerful women. The first one that I am going to introduce, somebody I cannot wait to learn from and work with, is Eunice Komwendo. Yesterday I asked her, so she tells me how to pronounce the name. I hope I didn't butcher it, Eunice. But a little background, she's an experienced developmental economist and senior policy advisor with relevant experience at the national, regional, and global levels, dealing with long-term development planning, macroeconomic analysis, sustainable development frameworks, and poverty and human development issues. She works at the UNDP, providing strategic advice to the Regional Bureau for Africa on Sustainable Development Pathways in order to inform sound regional and country programming frameworks. Rose is also supposed to join us. She just got off a flight, Camille, so she might be a bit late, maybe 5-10 minutes. We spoke earlier, but she also is the special assistant at the Office of the President for the SDGs in Nigeria. We're going to get a 5-minute keynote from Eunice, and then we're going to have a conversation. So Eunice, if you're here, the world is listening, you take it over from here.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Kwame. Listening to you, for a moment I said, I didn't realize you're talking about me, but thank you so much for the fantastic introduction. And good morning, evening, and afternoon to all of you. I know that we are all spread out across the world, so pleasure for me to be here. I think it's an honor. First time to actually come in contact with MyPad, actually, and I'm wondering where was I, because I think you guys as a group, I think you're doing fantastic work. Good to have seen also Justin, because as the Regional Bureau for Africa ourselves, we actually have we have a partnership with historically Black universities and not only in the US, but also on the continent. And Howard University is one of those. So glad, and maybe we can connect the dots through this platform and others as well. So really pleasure to be here. So the Sustainable Development Goals, it's interesting when I saw the program, maybe let me start from there, that I did see that, it had said the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I always start from this to say it is actually not the UN Sustainable Goals. And I think for a lot of us that were in the conversation before before 2015, you know that you were part of it in a sense through the consultations that we held. So our governments in wherever we are did sign up to these goals, these global goals, and therefore are part and parcel. Actually, our goals are not necessarily the UN, but of course, for ourselves, we do play that important role to ensure that the SDGs are implemented, but are also tracking the progress in that sense. Not, of course, not to mention the fact that we galvanize action, bring in partnerships and so on, because they're huge. What are they? I think for a lot of us, you do know what the SDGs are. We have 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and basically cutting across the social, economic, environmental pillars. But also we do have peace and security and partnerships as well as the goals. And before I came in, I was reflecting on the goals, because if you look at what COVID is doing, it's almost undoing a lot of what we had set out to do in terms of Sustainable Development Goals. But I am so glad that the thinking when we started off in 2015 was always about transforming our world where we live in. We may not have reached where we wanted to go, and we do still have a lot of time to 2030, but I think the principles that guide the Sustainable Development Goals are very relevant, and even more so right now with COVID wreaking havoc all over the world. And if you have had a look at the SDGs, for example, you would note that they're all premised on transformation. So transforming social structures, we're only talking about that. Again, speaking to the decade of African descent as well, representation matters. We have to transform our social structures. We have to transform our economic structures, that we ensure that we do have, whether it's gender equality, racial equality, and so on. And just to say that actually all of these things are not only challenging the world, but also the UN as an institution as well. We have to transform our environmental structures as well. Again, one has to just only look at what's happening outside, whether it's the floods that you're seeing or the locust invasion and all the other effects, hurricanes and so on, all the other effects of climate change and so on. The world should not and cannot afford to continue the way it used to in the past. I think that's the main message in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the formula, therefore, for the Sustainable Development Goals was always right, in my view. The root cause, and I think what we've grappled with the UN is to find means and ways since 2015 to now to accelerate progress around all of the key issues that we need to work around. And I see, for example, and why I say that, because just from where I'm working with the UNDP, we spent a lot of time in the past 5 years trying to figure out how can a country, for example, accelerate its progress on its economic structures, or on this, on that. And we've invested a lot of resources going into that. But there's a silver lining to COVID-19. And why I say this is because of the crisis, we've also seen a lot of innovations that actually brings in now the practicality of how do we move from just thinking you do need to do this, but actually doing it. So we actually have a hammer over our head and we're doing it. And I will talk a little later about that. But where the world was prior to COVID-19, so therefore, if you look at the progress globally on SDGs before 2020, so from 2015 to 2019, on the world level, we were doing okay. Poverty was reducing, again, globally, reducing at rates that were uncomfortable. I think it was a little under 10% for the world. Countries were growing. Asia, especially, was going at really fast rates. We were not doing so well, maybe on climate change and other things, but I think on the whole, the world was doing well. It's of course a different story when you look from region to region, whether it's Africa, it's Asia, it's Latin America, and so on, that there are variations and differences on all of those. But having said that, I mean, if you fast forward to 2020, all of those progress and a lot of progress that we've made is actually now being undone. We are adding to the world at least 100 million people to extreme poverty. Again, this is according to the World Bank, and this is really an optimistic estimation. It could be more. For Africa, I think we will see at least 40 to 50 million more people throwing back to extreme poverty. So there are a lot of undoing there, but what it speaks to, it are the fundamental issues and structures that we needed to have changed anyway before now. And the fact that we have, for a lot of it, not necessarily maybe for developed regions, but for countries that are not so developed, that they do not have the right infrastructure, we still have hundreds and hundreds of millions of children out of school. Again, undoing a lot of human development progress that has been achieved over 20 years. So the SDGs in this sense, they still remain fundamental. The COVID moment, of course, brings in the need to accelerate progress and make sure that the social structures, the economic and environmental structures that needed to change should actually change, and they should do that pretty fast. As a UN, like I mentioned before, we do invest quite a bit in, and I think our levels in terms of where we work varies. Of course, a lot of this is to make sure that the policies change, that the government, we try and push governments to invest and invest in areas that they need to invest, so more policy level and so on, but also supporting programmatically in other areas as well. You may have been involved, some of you, and maybe all of you also, in some of the tracking progress issues. For UNDP, for example, we support countries at country level to ensure that they produce sustainable development reports at national levels. But that also, of course, feeds into regional reports as well as the global level. So at the global level, of course, you would have the SG's global SDG report that's produced every year and tells you at a global level, but also cascading down to regions and so on, how we're doing on SDGs and so on. I think that's an important aspect. It is process, but important aspect to make sure that we're keeping on course in terms of tracking the SDGs in this regard. I think more needs to be done. We are actually, from where I work, and I'm actually leading a process of doing a regional report for Africa, of course, for us, which will be ready by December. But the point is, it actually focuses and forces us to actually pinpoint where we actually need to invest as the UN. Like I said, we're coming from the global regional country. I think that what Camille and others have already mentioned before, the Sustainable Development Goals should not be, at this point, of course, they look at very high level, maybe we cannot connect, but what can you actually do at your level to ensure that you're contributing to the global agenda in this? Is a lot, because I think the battle for SDG or sustainable development will be won and lost at country level, at household and individual level. Why? Because your actions, whether it's deciding, for example, to not take your car to work or whatever and go on public transportation, reduces carbon emissions, for example, or deciding to ensure you're turning your light when you don't need it, and that's really at the individual. And there's a lot that we can do there, whether we are doing recycling and so on. But then there are also other spaces that I think a lot of you, and I see we have a lot of people that are involved, engaged in a lot of things that you can do. How can you leverage the positions or the platforms that you hold to make sure that you're making an impact in a different way?
Okay, sorry, Eunice, I don't mean to interrupt, but we got 15 minutes left for the discussion.
Okay, I'll just wrap up very quickly, just to say that I think that there's a lot that we can do. You can leverage the opportunities that you have, whether to speak on gender equality, racial equality, and so on. And I think it's so simple that you actually don't need to have sometimes a huge platform, but educating others in all of these issues is very, very critically important. I'll stop here for now, and then maybe we can pick up on the other discussions. Yeah, in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Eunice. That's so much information to zip in. Eunice, you didn't tell us where you joined us from.
I'm joining from New York.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So I think that Rose is here. Rose, if you're here, please unmute and let's do. I introduced you earlier, but just a 1 minute quick introduction on the work that you're doing. And then I have a couple of questions for us to run through, very specific to the conversation. So Rose Kefas, speak to us as well.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Sorry, I was airborne.
Yes, Rose.
And, I just ran to the car. So, hi everyone, standing on existing protocol. Met Eunice talking. So my name is Rose. I work for the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President, and we have the mandate of domesticating and mainstreaming the SDGs at national, subnational. And I'm sure Eunice has spoken about the SDGs. We all know it's about people, planet, partnership, peace, and prosperity. And the SDGs are interconnected, interrelated, and indivisible. The SDGs address all aspects of human and non-human endeavors and have essential impacts. The SDGs are made of 17 goals, 169 targets, 232 indicators. The SDGs are in alignment with the African Union 2063, which is the next session, and present an opportunity for regional integration and interaction. So I'm happy to share. Am I supposed to go on, or you get back to me?
So we're going to run into. There are two main things we want to be able to achieve in this conversation. So I would actually throw the first question to you. My work here is to answer one particular question, and if I don't do that, Camille will roast me. So let me do just that. And the thing is, when you have a group of people who are as empowered, as influential, as strong, and as positioned as the people who are within the MyPad community, and even in the intersections that we all sort of straddle in terms of our networks, what do we do? And I think Eunice will also answer this question immediately. Rose is done. What do we do to practicalize the SDGs as a lifestyle, number one, and number two, how do people within the MyPad community use their influence to make sure that we're championing the SDGs in a way that is meaningful and keyword practical, and it becomes a lifestyle? That's the conversation we want to.
That's it. That's right.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you. For us as an office in Nigeria, we've used different platforms to engage stakeholders. Like we have the Private Sector Advisory Group on the SDGs. We have the CSO Strategy Group on the SDG, which Camille is one of the, he's in the leadership of the CSO. We have the Donors Forum. So one way people in the MyPad community can engage on the SDGs is by joining one of these platforms. Like take, for instance, our Private Sector Advisory Group on the SDGs has 10 clusters. And based on, we all know the decaying, one of the goals we can achieve in Nigeria, especially, is SDG 4. So they're trying to use the tax credit to reinvigorate the primary schools, 774 primary schools across Nigeria, using their own tax credits. Like, let us just do it instead of paying government the tax. So there are different ways. Based on lifestyle, we can just start with little things by recycling our own plastics. And also, we have young people in Nigeria who are doing amazing things. We have like the Follow the Money, who is ensuring we achieve SDG 16, holding government accountable on funds being spent in the public sector. So just different ways in which we can do this through partnership, and that's what the SDG is all about.
Thank you.
So I encourage MyPad to join our platforms. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just 5 minutes, Kwame.
5 minutes. All right. So let's hear from Eunice on this question, and we can take our final words and wrap up our section. Eunice, what do you think?
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I think some of the things I had started talking to before, I think for me, the main thing is all of us have to be cautious citizens, like I said. I mean, for us to be able to do the things that we do need to contribute to SDGs on a personal level, first of all, we just have to be cautious. Rose has spoke about some of the things, whether it's recycling, carpooling, using public transportation, conserving water, conserving our environment at an individual, household, community level even. I think it's very important. Second, I was actually so struck to realize that it's only 42%, the stats say this, only 42% of people in the world actually do know about SDGs, which means there is a lot. So although we did as a UN a lot of consultations and so on, but you do still have a bulk of people that don't understand what this means and how all of this relates to our sustainability over the long term. So educating others, I mean, using our platform and educating others, maybe you can start from the community level and scale it up. I think it's very critically important. So education and more education. And finally, the champions issue. I cannot stress enough. I think there's a lot that you can do as young people, as people that we do know are in the know. We do have access to statistics and so on. There's a lot that we can do to influence policy at national level even. So putting those out in ways, actually you might need a platform, but sometimes even if it's just social media and you're putting it out, I see that you're getting a lot of, across the world, that gets the attention of most governments and players. I think that's important and we shouldn't lose that opportunity.
Absolutely. So before we take the closing remarks, there's something here I wanted to say to you, Eunice, from Mark, which is from the comments on our section. And he says that I totally agree that COVID is undoing a lot, but looking at the pace at which tech is growing, he believes that we'll be able to leapfrog when it comes to it. Let me take your final words, 1 minute each, from Rose first, and then we hear from you, Eunice, and then I'm sure we'll be drawing a curtain on this one.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you, Kwame. For me, I think the COVID-19 has exposed this and has shown us that we all were affected by one thing, by the virus, and so we all has to be on deck. Together we can achieve the SDGs, like Eunice had said, in our own little way, in our lifestyle, by recycling, by raising awareness on the SDGs. I know someone who got a job concerned on the SDGs. He said the first time he heard about the SDG was on my Instagram page. So we've seen what is not just a health crisis, it's a development crisis. So we all have a role to play. COVID didn't come to kill the government. It affected everyone, especially the most disadvantaged. So for us to carry everyone along, we just have to do our little part. And together we can achieve it. So we just need to accelerate.
All right, thank you. Eunice, let's take your final words.
Hi, I mean, I couldn't agree more with Mark. I am so encouraged just seeing the kinds of innovations that we're seeing now, whether it's on the continent or elsewhere, just in response to COVID-19. I actually do not have any doubt that we do have the ability, and we can see Africa, of course, leapfrogging on a lot of this. So absolutely correct on that. We just recently, and maybe I'll put it in the chat, we've recently launched a magazine that curated all of the innovations that we've seen on the continent. And these are from low to high tech type of innovations in different things. So for me, I am super, super encouraged in that. And I totally agree. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you so very much for this one. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Eunice. I think my little 2 cents before I hand over to Camille will be that I think that what has really resounded with me is the fact that partnership is what will bring this to bear. A certain degree of understanding that we can only do this together, and then that sense of ownership that says that I'm not waiting for Camille to do it. Kwame can also do something, Eunice can do something, Rose can do something. Thank you for having us. Thank you for enjoying our section. Enjoy the rest of the sessions. Cheers.
All right, excellent.
Thank you so much, Kwame. Once again, thank you, Eunice. Thank you, Rose, for being able to make it even though you're traveling. Wish you safe trips. Thank you, all the panelists and the contributors. That was amazing. We're doing fantastic on time, but I think I wanted to pick up on the COVID conversation, and I see a lot of people chatting as well. reading some of the chat. I think COVID, I think we can all agree, was somewhat of a reset for many of us, right? I know folks and colleagues who had to reinvent themselves, whether it's economically, socially, in so many ways, right? And I think there's always there's always a silver lining to even situations such as this. So I think that's an important point, something to point out in part of this conversation. So before we move on to the next session, what we're going to do here, let's slow down a little bit. I think we're a bit too serious. It's Friday. Let's get a little bit fun stuff. So what I want to do now is I want everyone to show their video. We're going to take a group picture because a lot of people
All right.
now. So Camille, get ready. Everybody get ready. We want to do a little
All
bit.
right. So yeah, that's a good way to end this first part.
Put on your
United
videos
Nations
and
so if you have your
take
video
a picture.
on.
We want to go on social media. So take pictures, put it up on social media. Don't forget the hashtag. It's RW2020 and hashtag MyPad100. I see a lot of you looking very beautiful. We can't let this go to waste. So everybody ready? Set everything. Give them 30 seconds, Camille. Set all the pictures, get all the angles right.
Let's get all the angles right.
All the angles right, all the lighting, everything. I still see a few people still blocked. Renee, okay, Joanna is on. Charetta, Bosun. Let's go. Video.
Yeah, we need videos so we can do TGIF Friday picture.
Group picture.
Yvonne, I see you from Switzerland. We missed hearing from you. Thanks for joining the call. Truly appreciate it.
I only see picture. Elizabeth,
here.
Picture.
Absolutely.
I only see pictures, videos. Oh, fantastic. Well, we're almost there. We got a couple more. Reina probably walked away from his device because Raja, Sharetta. Who else? Let's go.
Iman is here from Ethiopia. That's good. Thank you. Okay. Elizabeth, I see you. Thanks for joining.
Thank you,
all right, Raja. Is it ready for chairs for a snapshot?
Almost. Okay, let's start. You can start taking it now. Let's make some nice faces, funny faces. The picture, the angle you want to show up on social media is what you need to portray now. Got it, Camille? I can't hold this laugh too long.
All right, just one more, and then we get it. We keep it moving. All right.
Good job, Feluke.
Fantastic. So you can share that in all the groups so people can actually post it on social media. That would be great. Thank you.
Next time we're not allowed to do this without a drumming session. We have to open with drumming next time.
With the drumming, yeah, more entertainment.
Absolutely, I completely agree.
Don't you? Thank you so much, everybody. Sharita, thank you from the Caribbean. Good to see you. Bosun, thanks for joining.
Great. All right, Joanna, over to you to lead us into the next session. Thank you, Joanna. Over to you.
Very good. Again, thank you so much to our participants, our panelists. So far, this has been an amazing conference. I've learned a great deal, and we will continue. So before we start our 12 p.m. session, we are going to have our speaker, who is the diaspora chair, the head of the Department Division in Citizens and Diaspora for the African Union. And her name is Iman Kher. If
Iman.
you're here, please introduce yourself so you can start this amazing conversation about the work that you're doing and so forth.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you, Kamel, for having me here today. So my name is Iman Kher. I am the head of the Diaspora Division in a directorate called CEDAW. Let me tell you a little bit about it. So basically, when the African Union came into being and had this constitution, it wanted to make this not just a constitution, it didn't want it to make it an organization about member states, about governments. It wanted it to be a constitution that includes everybody. So it was a people-centered union. Having done so, they created a directorate called CEDAW, the Citizens and Diaspora Organizations, and its main role in the African Union is to make sure that all the work of the African Union, the policies, the programs, don't only include governments, but also include people. When we say people, when we say the citizens of Africa, it includes everybody within Africa. And to make it simple, we call them the civil society, and everybody outside Africa who are the diaspora. We actually have a definition for that, but I'll get to this later within the discussions. I'll also here in the session today be joined with two of my colleagues. I can see one of them. I don't know if Ambassador Kwesi is here, the Deputy Chairperson. If he's not, I'm also joined by my colleague Aya Shebbi, who is the Youth Envoy. Aya, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. I want to really apologize. I think my office misbooked the time. I thought I will start an hour ago, so I was here a little bit early, and I would have to leave in like 20 minutes. But it's good to see you again, Iman. You know, with this coronavirus, we miss each other, even though we work in the same organization. But you know, it's so good to be in MIPAD again. I mean, I joined this family last year. Being one in your list, and it's you know, as much as it's sad we're not in New York there with you, it's also great that you managed to pull up this platform online and bring us together. This is what you do, and this is awesome to have Africans and African diaspora come together in one platform. My name is Aya. I am the African Union Special Envoy on Youth. I was appointed about a year and a half ago, and it's been since then a great challenge to serve Africa's youth and the largest youth population in the world. So I'm really excited to be surrounded with my peers and sisters and brothers.
Thank you so much, Aya. I didn't know that Aya was part of the MIPAD family, that she's an honoree as well. Happy to hear that, Aya. You know, honoree of 2019. I'm an honoree of 2018, you know, and we look forward to the 2020. I think the Deputy Chairperson has not joined, but we will carry on the conversation and make sure that we introduce him once he joins the conversation. So Aya, it's between me and you, and both you and I represent, you know, the citizens. You know, you represent the youth. I'm representing non-state actors and the diaspora. Yeah. And here we're speaking about, you know, today we're speaking about Agenda 2063. This agenda was basically put in place in 2013. You know, we just heard the UN speaking and saying that not many people know about the SDGs. And I can say exactly. For a fact that people don't know much about Agenda 2063, even though it was created 2 years before the SDGs. And actually, let me tell you a little bit of a story about that. So if you know, the African Union was created before it was the AU. It was called the Organization of the African Unity, created in 1963. At that time, it had an agenda. The agenda was independence. So 50 years into that, they have achieved independence, and they realized that now they need to focus into peace, security, and development. Hence, Agenda 2063, which came about after so many consultations with governments, with faith-based organizations, the diaspora, civil society, the youth, the women, etc. And we had Agenda 2063, and it's a vision for the next 50 years, hence it's that 63. Why is it, Aya, that you think that people don't know about Agenda 2063, even though we were ready? Even when, you know, like when the SDGs came into play, Africa was ready because they had their agenda. Why do you think that people do not know about the agenda?
No, that's true. I mean, first of all, I think as Africans, we are very transparent about what we want and how we're going to achieve it. There is no continent in the world that has a vision of 50 years and a decade by decade action plan. So, you know, sometimes when people ask me about, okay, so what do you do as Africa and what do you want me to support? I'm like, go and study Agenda 2063. We have 14 projects, flagship projects, pick one, invest in it. You know, we have CFTA,
and get involved.
Absolutely. We have all these projects. So the second thing is about information, right? So I think African youth especially don't know about Agenda 2063, and many of them, since I've been, you know, the envoy and talking to different countries, especially last year when I was traveling, saying that the African Union, we don't feel the African Union in the grassroots. We don't feel the presence of the Union in our countries. And my response to them always is that the African Union has moved from being an institution or a union of member states to be a union of people. It's people driven. Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063 says it's a union driven by people, especially women and youth. So who are the grassroots who will let the other young people know about Agenda 2063? It's you. You understand the language. You live in the community. Yes, the AU doesn't have many offices across the continent, but even so, to own that agenda, you need to be the young leader who recruit other young people to own the same agenda, because you're the only person who can speak that language to them. So as much as I tried to travel last year to all different communities in Africa and meeting different youth and town halls, I always tell them my kind of job every day is to be a vehicle for you to know the frameworks and the continental charters and agendas, but it's you, the young people, who will own this agenda and take it forward to the grassroots. And only you, because that agenda can only be sustainable if you own it and drive it. So I think we need to acknowledge that there is an information gap, but we need to also acknowledge the power we have as young people, the demographic power we have. We are 65% of our populations. There is no country in Africa that doesn't have more than 50% youth. We have the digital power. When we can organize across countries and continents. I mean, in the 60s, very funny, when I came across Pan-Africanism the first time, I always remember how in 1960, 17 countries got independence in 1 year. And in my head, that was like that was 2011 when we had revolution in my country, and I started to, do Pan-African activism. I'm like, if they managed in the 60s to organize, they didn't have WhatsApp or Facebook or whatever, and they managed to organize across borders in solidarity with the Pan-African ideology, why are we not doing that? We're the most youthful, we have the digital power, we have all the tools. If we unite, we can vote anyone in and anyone out. If we unite, we can run for office and rule the continent. So why are we not doing it? And I think when we talk about Agenda 2060, especially with young people, I'm like, you need to be the activist of Agenda 2063. You need to make sure the 7 aspiration, the 10-year implementation, how you take that to your grassroots organization. You need to have Agenda 2063 every aspiration. It's not only our generation agenda, is our children and children. So the people who are in power today, they will not live to 2063. So I feel that, yes, there is that information.
So let me stop you a little bit. So information is one of the things that you've mentioned. And I think one of the things that was mentioned in the previous conversation by Ambassador Kwame is partnership, right? So one of the things that African Union through the agenda that they keep saying that they want to have partnership with the people. So I just spoke about partnership with the youth, right? And I really like the concept that you stress that at least in every country, there's more than 50% who are youth. One of the things that perhaps I'd like to highlight here is that we're in MIPAD, so it's the people of African descent, right? And a lot of people would feel like, how am I connected to this Agenda 2063 and Africa, specifically if I'm a person of African descent? So, and here is one of the things, and before I ask Aya a question, to shed light on is, when African Union said they wanted to include the diaspora as part of the union, they came up with a definition of what a diaspora means, what an African diaspora means. And they made this definition very broad to include people of African descent. And the definition is lengthy and a mouthful, but it says like people of African origin who live outside the continent and who, regardless of their current citizenship or nationality, would like to be engaged or part of the development of the union and the building of the continent and the development of the African Union. So the reason why it's lengthy is that they wanted to include, Africans of the blood and Africans of the soil, no matter when they left. And this definition came after many consultations with a lot of people from the Caribbean, etc. And part of what we do within the diaspora division and what Aya's office does as well with the youth is we try to include those diaspora as the 6th region, right? Which is something that we have 5 regions in Africa, they're considered the 6th region. And we do so by trying to help them organize themselves. So we try to provide this access right into the African Union. We try to support them organize themselves, and we try to, you know, create these networks that eventually would allow them to be represented as the sixth region in Africa. So Aya, within your work, how have you included people of African descent, you know, into this Agenda 2063?
So, I mean, your office was part of our last intergenerational dialogue. So maybe I'll touch on that a little bit. Since I have taken office, I've been calling for a concept I call intergenerational co-leadership, which means it's not about passing the torch to us to, you know, take on systems we didn't co-design and setting us to failure, but it's about us co-leading right now. It's about youth being in ministries, in parliamentarian seats, in private sector, in every leadership space, so that we can understand the bureaucracy and the system and we can transform it together. And so in line with that vision, we have been organizing 100 intergenerational dialogues, and we did 6 for silencing the guns, the African Union theme of the year 2020. We have also, the African Union launched a campaign called Youth Silencing the Guns in June. And so as part of that campaign, we organized 6 dialogues, and we made sure the 6th region has its own dialogue, because diaspora has to have a say in Agenda 2063, which is Silencing the Guns, one of the flagship projects. What does that mean to the diaspora youth? And of course, diaspora in its diversity, because we're talking about diaspora in different continents. So it was, I think for me, it was really interesting to see when we run the polls, for example, for, so what does it mean for you? Is it silencing unemployment? Is it silencing gender-based violence? Is it silencing climate justice and all of that, silencing climate crisis? And we see like North Africa region had the top, you know, voting for silencing corruption. The diaspora had the top for silencing unemployment, poverty, and hunger. So it really makes us understand where we converge, but also where are our contextualized issues. And in that dialogue, what also struck me is that a lot of diaspora youth were asking, so how do we contribute to the agenda back home? So as much as you can understand the issues where you live and your lived experience, and you know, in the country where you are, or the community you are, you also have that always giving back to the community. And this is something really inspiring. Wherever we host anything Africa diaspora, there is always a diaspora question: how do we contribute? And in that call, there were a lot of
3 more minutes.
A lot of African youth who felt that the diaspora has the digital power. You know, 70% of Africa is offline, while in the northern part, 90% is online. And so one of the things that a lot of young people ask is, to contribute to Agenda 2063, to be part of this Diaspora Africa dialogue, is to also make sure that our narrative outside is of Africa's interests, and that we are speaking with a united voice. So I think that's something that I've taken away, at least from the dialogue that I was part of.
Thank you, Aya. I think that also speaks about Aspiration 7, which speaks about Africa as a global, you know, influential player. And I think here is a part where the diaspora can play such an important role. And one of the things that I really like, and I continue to echo, you know, I'm echoing now, but continue to say, is that the diaspora are not a homogeneous group, you know, so the interests of the diaspora are not one. From country to country, right, where they live, how they reach that country, what they're doing, changes their perspective of how they would like, you know, to support and how they can support, you know, like, so yes, and this is clear in many of the activities that they're engaged with.
Iman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just because of time, we have about just 2 more minutes for this session. I know when Eunice was speaking about the UN SDGs, she talked about people not knowing about it. And when you came on, you mentioned if they don't know about SDGs, you had a feeling they don't know about Agenda 2063. So we took a poll. Can you see the polling? That actually up to 66% of the people attending this session actually know about the poll results. Yeah. So at least let's give ourselves a little more credit. The fact that, you know, we're doing what needs to be done. The 7 aspirations of the AU Agenda 2063, something that is interconnected with the UN SDGs. So as we are achieving that, simultaneously also achieving and I think that's what needs to happen, more interconnectedness so we
May I
don't
say
replicate.
something, Kamil, in this one?
Go ahead.
So actually, because the same member states who are part of the UN are member states who are part of the African Union, right? So because member states have to report on what they do, one of the things that the UN and the African Union did together is that they have indicators, like shared indicators, to allow member states to provide one report. And then with this report, you're able to see your progress within the SDGs and also within Agenda 2063. But thank you so much, Kamil, for this opportunity.
No, thank you so much. Always good to see you.
One
I'm a
thing I
big fan.
just share.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Very
One
good.
last thing I want to share.
All right, we
Kamil?
have to move to Aya. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining.
One last thing I just want to share and invite everyone
final thought.
To check out the Salty publication. It has 25 stories of young women, including diaspora women who were on the line of COVID. I encourage everyone to read those stories and amplify those young women work. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Our love
Thank
to
you so
Tunisia.
much.
Can you
Thanks for representing.
Can you share some of this information on the chat? And also probably should have mentioned this at the beginning of the conversation is for all the speakers, please put your name and email in the group chat so folks can catch up with you.
Can reach out to you.
Conversation after we depart from this Zoom. Please go ahead and put that in the group chat. That was fantastic. I actually had a question regarding this topic, but I'll hold it and connect with you, both of you later, Ayman and Aya. But we're going to move on to the next agenda item. We are still pretty much doing well on time. And the next...
I want to make one quick comment.
Yes.
One quick co-moderator. I am so, again, this conversation has been rich, and I am so grateful to hear the integration of the diaspora as we discuss policies on the African continent, because we know, according to the World Bank, Nigerians alone contribute $11 billion to Nigeria. This is the diaspora from the United States who send money back home. And this is remittance, right? But collectively, the African diaspora sends more than $40 billion home. I mean, this is incredible. So we want the diaspora to not only be the supporters of their families back home and the supporters of economies, but we want the African diaspora to play a critical role in the shaping of domestic policies at home all over the African continent. So thank you to the African Union for the work that you're doing with the diaspora. We appreciate you and keep up the good work.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
That's a great point, Joanna. And I think that's why I think we need to continue our conversation with Aya and Ayman, because I think a lot of questions that I have, if I start now, we probably we wouldn't be on time with meeting up.
But I mean, it transitions nicely into the next session because it is still on the AU agenda and the role that the diaspora also plays. So, this is the session on trade, intra-Africa trade.
Yes, so having said that, we are going to transition into, intra-Africa trade, and I will be bringing on Bosun Tigani, who will be having a conversation, and we have a keynote speaker, Wamkele Mene, and Samale Kiyengi will be joining that conversation as well. So without further ado, Bosun, take it away.
Before Bosun goes on, Bosun, are you here? I wanted Prince, can you please play the video, please? Let's hear from our partners at Afreximbank, who facilitate trade, intra-Africa trade. They organize the Inter-Africa Trade Fair. So Prince, over to you. Let's have that video before we get started on trade.
Join Africa's largest trade and investment fair in Rwanda. Intra-African Trade Fair gives you access to more than 1,100 exhibitors, 10,000 visitors and buyers, and more than 5,000 conference delegates from more than 55 countries. Participate in trade and investment deals worth $40 billion as business and government come together to explore business and networking opportunities at the International Exhibition, brought to you by the African Export-Import Bank and their premium partners, the IATF 2021, Transforming Africa.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And I need to acknowledge the presence of the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Trade Agreement. Thank you, Your Honorable, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. Just to give you a quick recap. So we started the day with the United Nations to learn more about, the UN International Decade. And then we moved into the SDGs. And we just finished shortly a moment ago with Aya and Iman from the African Union on Agenda 2063. And one of the things that we noticed is, this sense that people do not know about these initiatives. So with that said, I would love to begin your session with a simple poll that I'm going to pull out there, which is, do the audience actually know about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement? So this will be a good indicator of how much work you need to do. So let's see how that goes. Please chime in on the poll. I can see the Secretary General is sweating there.
Absolutely.
Bosun is here.
Interestingly, Camille, I was just on TV3 in Ghana speaking about the same exact topic. So
fantastic. All right, so it's looking good. I mean, at least more than 60%, 60-40. So we're going to end it at 60-40. Let's share the results. This is actually pretty good. So we do have a sizable number of people who know about the Continental Trade Agreement. Okay, so this is good. So let's hand it over to Bosun, who will be our moderator for today. And I trust you all enjoyed the Intra-Africa Trade Fair video. All right, over to you, Bosun. Are you there?
Yeah, absolutely, Camille. I'm here. I think it's a privilege to be here with the Secretary General. We believe at this time that your mandate is one that should play a major role in lifting Africa and putting us on the path to prosperity, actually. A continent that is full of immense opportunities, resources, but also over 1 billion people as well. That's significant. You can imagine how much value that we can create, how much prosperity that we can create. And I think before we get into it at all, I won't ask you a question. I'll just ask you to probably take a few minutes to inspire us as to why this agreement is monumental and important for the continent and the Black race as well, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I was hoping for a higher percentage of knowledge about the AfCFTA, but I'll take 60%. It's a good start. It means that we have a lot of work to do to raise awareness about this agreement and what it means for the African continent. I was elected by the 33rd session of the Assembly of Heads of States in February this year. And of course, the Herculean task that all of us face is to significantly boost intra-Africa trade and to advance Africa's economic development objectives. This agreement has been in the making for the last, I would say 10 years or so. And the African Union heads of states decided that we need to have a free trade area that will help us to overcome a number of challenges: smallness of national economies, fragmentation of markets, the lack of efficient markets, lack of economies of scale, and a range of other challenges that we have on the continent that relate to trade and investment. And so we saw this, and of course, the most important of those challenges is how do we boost intra-Africa trade in Africa, significantly increase it to above the 18% where it stands today. It's very, very low relative to intra-North America trade, which is over 60%. We know that intra-EU trade is over 70%. So we are really on the lower end regional integration and regional markets integration. And so, and one of the reasons we are in this situation is because of, as I say, the fragmented markets, but also because we continue to rely almost exclusively, we are reliant on exports of primary products to Europe. So we are still stuck in a colonial economic model, which is I think with COVID-19 has exposed Africa's weakness. And so this opportunity for an integrated market in Africa, for a market that will enable us to focus on industrial development, on industrial capacity in Africa, productive capacity in Africa, so that we no longer export to one another apples and apples, that we export to one another value-added goods and value-added goods and value-added services that that will contribute to Africa's economic development. And if you look at when the first country on the African continent to be free from colonialism to date, we as Africa combined, our contribution to global trade and global output is less than 3%. And you look at the contribution of Singapore, it is above 3%. And so a single country's contribution to global trade and global output is above that of 55 countries combined. So I think this for me is a significant challenge. But we know, again, from the experience of Singapore, we know that it's doable. In the 1960s, Singapore was a fishing village. And so if we have a committed, disciplined application of our own industrial development objectives, I believe that this agreement is the vehicle for that. And I believe that we can set Africa on a path to industrial development for generations to come. I believe that with all my heart. We've got to start somewhere. Yes, we are 60 years behind in terms of our regional integration objective, of our market integration objective. We should have done it much earlier, but it has now fallen on this generation to take that task forward, and we're going to do it. We're determined to do it.
I like how you've ended there. That it's on this generation. You know, I believe in the fact that Africa has been through a lot, but we all have different opportunities at different times in the history of the continent. There's so many challenges that we can focus on when it comes to this agreement, right? And I know that we don't have you for the whole day, so I'm choosing to only focus on opportunities. Secretary General, what do you think are some of the immediate things that your secretariat, but also stakeholders can do to contextualize the agreement and the single market for the average business person on the continent? You know, very practical.
Sorry to interrupt, Bosun, but we have like 2 minutes till the contributors due to come in for the discussion.
Okay.
Just 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I think the big challenge for us will be how do we make this AFCFTA impactful in people's lives. In the past, trade agreements have benefited the elite, have benefited the big multinational corporations, which is in part why there is a backlash in Europe, certainly in the US, why there was a backlash against trade agreements and globalization. I believe that we've got to do two things. We must focus on young Africans. We must focus on women in trade. We must focus on the informal sector. And today with digital enabled platforms, it is possible to ensure that as we implement this agreement, we place the informal sector at the center. We place women at the center of implementation of this agreement. I think if we don't do that, if this is perceived to benefit only the big multinational corporations in Africa, only the big industrialized countries in Africa, it's not going to succeed. Africans will reject it, and deservedly so. We know, for example, that in some parts of the continent, there are people there are women farmers that are already accessing global markets using digital enabled platforms in a village. We know that in Kenya that there are women farmers who export their cut flowers to Holland, accessing markets through digitally enabled platforms. So that success story, I think is instructive for the whole of the African continent in terms of connecting small, medium enterprises, so that if you are in Nigeria, you can access a market in South Africa. If you are in Egypt, you can access a market in the Central African Republic. And all you need for that are these digitally enabled platforms. And of course, for us as the Secretariat to create the environment, to establish the platforms, to establish the frameworks that are required to connect Africans, and that are required so that you as a business person, you have the business mind, you have the skill. What we have to do is to make sure we open another market for you on the African continent. That's the challenge.
Absolutely. I know, Bosun, this is such an important conversation, so we're going to extend your time. So we're giving you another 15 minutes to have the conversation with the other panelists. Let's diversify the conversation. Thank you very much, SG.
Thank you.
Bosun, over to you.
Yeah, so I think this is the point where we invite the other panelists. Maybe Camille, you want to introduce them?
Okay, fantastic. We do have Somali here from the Afrexim Bank. We showed the videos earlier. Thank you so much, Somali, for joining us from Cairo, I believe. And to also give us a diaspora perspective, we have Susan, who sits in Canada from the Africa Trade Desk. So just to diversify the conversation, we're very happy to have you on board, and the SG is yours. Let's have a conversation about trade. So Somali, over to you.
Thanks, Camille. Thank you for that kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's always good to hear the Secretary General speak about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which as an institution we are very passionate about. So as mentioned, my name is Somali Chiinji. I'm the General Counsel at the African Export-Import Bank, which is a multilateral development institution focused on trade finance. And one thing I'd say is core to our mandate is the facilitation of intra-African trade, because we believe that it is critical to a prosperous African future. The Secretary General mentioned that Africa sort of had a lower regional integration than other regions such as Europe, which trade far more amongst themselves. And actually, Africa is the continent that trades the least with itself. And that correlates directly into our development possibilities. And so when we come to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, as an institution, that is something that we have been supporting. And one of the things I would say in terms of making it more relevant and going back to the poll is that people need to become more aware that it exists. Because politicians, in a way, have done their job. They've shown the political will to sign this treaty. It now exists, but people need to use it in order for it to be effective. And that is from entrepreneurs, business people, lawyers, consultants. We need to actually make it work. So I'll just stop there with my opening comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. So Bosun, do you have specific questions that you want to ask the other panelists?
I do have questions. I think, and I think the comments from the Secretary General and the last speaker as well actually laid the foundation for the question. And I totally agree with the statement that says You know, I'm part of a group which Camille is part of as well, which is the African Technology and Creative Group. And we founded this group on the basis that we believe that the government is taking a bold step to sign this agreement. And for us to make it work for the continent, that the ordinary business people, the ecosystem builder, and those of us who work at the cutting edge of supporting entrepreneurs needs to find ways to bring resources together to make this work for the ordinary business people on the continent. And I think the Secretary General has alluded to this. You know, the last speaker alluded to the fact as well that the government has done as well. I think what I would really love to know is 1 year or 2 years from now, what are some of the practical things that we can do to demonstrate to the ordinary businessman on the continent the value of a single market? You know, that's the kind of question I really love to get the perspective of the Secretary General on. What are some of the specific things we can do?
Are you back with me?
I'm back with you, yeah. And I'm back with you. For you and Somali as well, can actually comment on this, yeah.
Okay. No, thank you very much. And I want to thank my colleague from Afreximbank. Afreximbank is a very, very strong and big supporter. I was talking to the president yesterday. Look, I think the challenge will be, and I keep emphasizing this because it's important, how do we get young Africans to be part of implementation of this agreement so that we create jobs in Africa, so that young Africans stop being buried on the depths of the Mediterranean Ocean in search of opportunities in Europe. It's a long-term challenge, but we've got to start somewhere confronting that reality. Some of the practical things that I would like us to do, along with our partners, Afreximbank and others, I mentioned digital-enabled platforms to expand the reach of trade agreements. I've been a trade negotiator my entire professional life, and I can tell you it is dense. These trade agreements are dense. They are drafted in language that will put you to sleep when you have insomnia. And they are not very easily accessible to people. So I want us to make sure that when you travel to Uganda in Kampala, that a small medium enterprise can see the value in a market in West Africa and be able to expand into West Africa and be able to send their goods across to West Africa. And here we are in conversation with advanced stages of the conversation with Afreximbank. Again, we are negotiating and talking about establishing a payments and settlement platform that will enable and support trading under the AfCFTA. So you will send you will transact in your local currency. Our partner Afreximbank will be the correspondent bank, the settlement platform. You will receive as a recipient in your local currency. So we want to eliminate the cost of trade in Africa. We want to make trade in Africa more efficient. We want to make it more accessible. And of course, definitely more affordable. And we think that this will boost intra-Africa trade, particularly for small, medium enterprises and young traders. The last point I would make is that when you look at some of the very, very exciting innovations that we see, if you go to Lagos, if you go to Kigali, you will find young software engineers who are at the cutting edge of digitally enabled platform design. And as we are moving, because of COVID-19, as we're moving towards digital trade and electronic commerce, I think the challenge for me is how do we harness that? How do we get these skills that young Africans have in digitization? How do we get them to be part of implementation of this agreement in a way that makes trade in Africa more accessible and cheaper. The third point I would make is that to make this a living agreement, we have a lot of advocacy work to do. I think this is the point that Sameli was making. We have a lot of advocacy work to do, a lot of communicating and explaining to do to Africans. It is true that the heads of states have done their job. 54 of them signed the agreement out of 55 countries. 28 countries ratified the agreement. The political will is there. Even with COVID-19, the political will and the political commitment is not diminished. The rest is now up to us. And of course, I'm driver number one to make sure that that we take this, we advance this this agenda forward. We cannot expect that heads of states will implement this agreement for us. We have to do it ourselves. And we have to make sure that we implement it in a way where there is inclusive growth, where there are inclusive benefits. I often get asked, well, what about countries that are smaller and that are not part of a regional value chain or global value chain? And my response is consistent, that we have to make sure that each and every single country in Africa sees the value in industrial development and the creation of regional value chains. We know it from some from examples of in some regions. In the region where I come from, Lesotho is a relatively small economy. When we negotiated the free trade area for the region, South Africa was the immediate beneficiary, because South Africa, relative to other countries, has already the industrial base. But how do you get Lesotho to be part of the value chain? Right. Today, Lesotho is part of the automobiles value chain in South Africa. The cars that are exported to the US and AGOA in South Africa, Lesotho is part of that value chain. The leather seats and so on, creating over 300,000 jobs. So there are models that we can adopt to make this a practical agreement that creates opportunities for people across the African continent. What will be required is for us to be disciplined. What will be required will be for us to implement what we say we're going to do. And my job is to make sure that I help member states as they implement this agreement.
Fantastic. I think we have Susan from the Africa Trade Desk on the call as well. I've got a question for Samali, but I'll keep it for later to see if we have more time. Susan, do you have specific questions for the SecGen and probably Samali as well?
Sure. So my name is Susan Namlindo, and I'm out in Ottawa with the Africa Trade Desk. I think that listening to you, Secretary General, and Samali, I think that the diaspora needs to be engaged a lot more. The diaspora, I mean, like we are thinking by approximation, we have 300 million Africans outside of the continent. And the speaker in a session before highlighted what the diaspora does in, sending remittances home. $30 billion. Now, I think that there was I'm going to talk about Canada where I am, and where I do a lot of work with folks like Constituency for Africa, which is also a diaspora organization out in the US. I think that if we do not involve the diaspora much more than just sending remittances, we are doing a disservice to the continent. What I would hope is that there are a couple of countries that have set up diaspora bonds, things like that to engage the diaspora. The diaspora has skills because a lot of us have been educated. I went to Makerere for free. I'm out here. And we have a lot of young professionals that get educated on a continent, and we deal with a brain drain and stuff like that. We need to find, I think it's not so much of a question, it's much more of a comment. We need to find ways to involve the skills and the technical, know-how and the networks that the diaspora has. And for my fellow people in the diaspora, we need to always stand strong and talk about the opportunities. Now, we need to change the image that the rest of the world has about Africa. But that is the role that as a diaspora we can work with the EU, with the folks on the continent, to bring that awareness. When I'm out here in
Susan, if
Canada,
you don't mind, if I can pick up your very strong point and actually turn it out to be questions for the Secretary General.
Yeah, actually, Bosun, 1 second before, I want to make sure I make it a more global question, because someone, Sharetta on the chat as well, asked similar questions. So I want to connect her question with Susan. What I think is Susan's question is, what is the role of the diaspora in the free trade agreement framework?
Okay, is that Camille speaking?
No, this is Tokwe speaking.
All right, so, let me frame that since I'm the moderator for this.
Yes, please. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
So the Secretary General, what I would do in framing that is quite simple. I think when we talk about trade, one thing that is going to become important for African countries now is technical efficiency, right? Countries will be pushed to ensure that their productivity level is high, because if a better company from, say, Rwanda can export stuff to Kenya, they will have the chance to compete with companies in Rwanda. So as we start to drive more towards productivity, technical efficiency, how can we leverage the know-how that we have in our diaspora to improve on how we do business on the continent?
It's a very difficult question, and I don't have the answer for that, in part because typically with trade agreements, the mandate is very, very narrow. It is implementation of the agreement. That's how most trade agreements are crafted. And we craft them under WTO rules, which means you don't have much flexibility to do something different. But I will say this, that of course the diaspora is very, very important. We will have to have a dialogue about how to engage the diaspora, given the expertise, the access to global capital markets, the knowledge. We will have to have a dialogue about that. I don't have all the answers on exactly how we can do that within the context of a very limited mandate of this trade agreement. But I'm happy to have a conversation about how that can be done. But the honest truth is that I have not had. I have yet to unpack all my bags in Accra.
How are you settling in, by the way? I was going to ask you. How you settling in?
It's tough. It's tough because of the workload. But I've been in office for about 6 months now, and so some of these things have been overtaken by COVID-19. So I must confess, I have not had time to think beyond the immediate core challenges. But I want us to have a dialogue, to establish a platform where we can exchange views on how this can be done, because I don't have all the answers.
I love it when you say that. When you say I don't have all the answers, one of the things Bosun and I, chatted about before the session is how do we continue that engagement? So we are a diaspora and Africa group where we pair those in the diaspora with their counterparts inside Africa to achieve continental agreements like yours, the Agenda 2063. So I was talking to, Bosun, Somali, and the people on this panel that we need to let you know that we're here for you. We know this is a monumental task. And what we wanted to get a commitment from is a quarterly meetup with you, where we will bring some of the best and the brightest minds, come and have, some good tilapia in Accra with you, if possible. Or we meet up in South Africa, wherever it is, just to let you know that you are not alone. And as Bosun said, there's a group that he is part of, and I am also part of, about, you know, everybody's interested in making sure this works for Africans. And we know you cannot do it by yourself, and you have our commitment at MyPad and a number of all the other groups who are here, Afreximbank, another. So let us know. I think that's a commitment I'd love to, you know, get from you today is, you know, let's put it in. Let's put it into your calendar. Let's talk to your team and our team, and we'll make that happen. And Afreximbank is a great partner, and I would love to give Somali, you know, final thoughts, Bosun, from every one of you on this panel, because we need to move into the world leaders session. And please do feel free, because you're going to have prime ministers, vice presidents of countries who are going to join us in the next session. We need to position Africa is open for business. So Somali, I would just love to get your final thought as we go around. Just one final thought. What is the one thing?
I have two comments actually, just in terms of the question that was raised practically, you know, what can we do to make this work? And the Secretary General talked about digital platforms, which Afreximbank is very involved in developing to make sure that it's easier to trade across borders, given our currencies aren't readily convertible. But something else that I'd like to put to everyone is that as business people, to the extent there are business people in the audience, we need to start thinking differently. We need to start actually thinking about rejigging our businesses to think more regionally. Many of our supply chains are external. We export externally, we import from outside of Africa. We need to start thinking, say, as a Kenyan, you know, can I import something from Botswana? As a Nigerian, can I export something to Egypt? And that's just a mind shift. And the reason I raise that is that as a bank, we discovered that many African business people do not know about the opportunities that exist in the continent. We did, a few years ago, we did a project with UNCTAD, where we did a survey, and we discovered that, for example, South Africa, I believe, was importing semi-processed leather from India at double the cost as it would have cost to get that from Ethiopia. Kenya was importing rawhides from New Zealand, I think it was, instead of going to Burundi. And it's just because we haven't looked, we haven't asked those questions. And that's a mental shift. And that is work that can be done between now and, you know, January 1st, when everything kicks off, to start thinking about that, to start having those conversations. And at Afreximbank, one of the reasons why we have an intra-Africa trade fair is to make those conversations easier to have. And so I'll leave that with everybody on the panel as a challenge, to just start thinking, is there a business opportunity that you can pursue inside of Africa that you've just never considered before? And then also just briefly on the issue of
because of time,
what the diaspora can do. Just quickly, I'd just say investment, because the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will cover and encourage and facilitate investment. And so that's one way,
Susan, there you have it.
There can be a practical input in terms of how the diaspora can contribute. Thank you.
Investments. All right, Bosun, let's have your final thought and then hear from the SG.
No, I think it's a privilege to have you, SG. I wish we have more time.
Yeah.
But I think there'll be opportunity to talk on what Somali mentioned. I've got a group of 5 PhDs working with me on a data set that has been provided by Facebook, and we're building something called Trade Opportunity Index. What this is going to be showing, and it's based on the free trade agreement. I'll find both of you on LinkedIn and share the link with you. What this will be showing African countries where opportunities for trade with other African countries that we're currently not taking advantage of. And it's been built based on a model that is called social connectedness, which is something that we were one of the first organizations to have access to it in Africa through Facebook. There's no time here to engage you, but I love the work that both of you are doing, and I'll be in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, we've been prompted that we have to move on. The World Leaders session is starting shortly, but thank you so much, Basu. Thanks for taking this on. But talk about just protocol. Let the SG just close this session and ask us, what specifics he would love to see from us going forward. So SG, over to you. Just a close.
Well, thank you very much. I don't want to keep my bosses waiting, the heads of states who elected me, so I won't be long, except to say that I appreciate the opportunity. This is an initial conversation. It's a start of a conversation. I look forward to a structured dialogue so that we can address some of the questions that Susan has in mind. I think you have the details of my office, so I look forward to further conversation. Thank you very much.
And let me let the cat out of the bag. So on Sunday night, you are going to be featured and recognized in our 2020 edition, which is called the Global Reckoning Edition. And what we did was we looked around the world at the largest, most influential institutions that manage global governance, and you happen to be in that list. So this is me letting it out of the bag, but congratulations again of being a part of class of 2020 in our Global Reckoning edition. And look out for more information on that. But it's on Sunday night at the ceremony. If you have time, we'll send you more details. But it's definitely exciting times.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will tell my wife and my mother-in-law to look out also.
Thank you so much. So we need to move very quickly to the next session. So a quick house rule. We have a couple of translators with us now. So we will be, the interpretation button has been enabled at the bottom of your screen. You should see it. So, so everyone knows we have the Portuguese translation and Spanish translation for this next session. Because we took a little bit longer than we expected, maybe 2 minutes than we expected for the first session. So we're going to dive right quickly into the second session. And
yeah, but talk about, can we hear from our partners? Their Frexim
Yes, I'm going to cue that up. I'm going to cue that up, Camille. So for the next session, we're going to be anchored by Johanna, who worked with me in the first session, and all the way from Brazil, from CNN, is that Renee is here looking dapper. Thank you for joining. So they will be reading this session going forward, and I will just be, an invited guest. So without further ado, we will be transitioning quickly into the next session. We'll play a couple of short videos. There may be pauses during all the transitions because of the videos, the translations, so bear with us. It's all technical issues that we can't go beyond. So we'll play the videos, and then we'll go to our host who will lead us from this point going forward. Thank you very much, and stay tuned.
Thank you, Tope.
All right, so that was just a few words from our partners at Afrexim Bank. All right, let's get started.
Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Again, my name is Joanna Leblanc. I am of Haitian descent, and I will serve as one of your moderators for this session, along with my co-panelist, Renan.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. As just Joanna said, my name is Renan de Souza. I'm from Brazil. I'm a journalist and international relations specialist. I'm really excited to be here with you guys because when me and Joanna, we were discussing this panel, we wanted to be more like an intimate conversation with world leaders regarding topics that matter to us, like fighting against racism, inequalities, and how to build more equal societies. So this is what we are looking into this panel. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a huge conference and an opportunity to talk and to hear from world leaders. This is what we are going to do in the next few hours. So it's a pleasure to be with you guys.
Very, very good, and I look forward to co-moderate this this panel discussion with you. So first, I will leave it to our tech team to play our first video.
Hello everyone. I'm sorry we cannot gather in person this year, but I am so glad we're still able to hold this event. There is no use sugarcoating it. We are in extremely painful time for the African continent and the Black diaspora as a whole. The world is dealing with the largest pandemic and economic crisis in generations. Here in America, Black people are far more likely to contract the virus and nearly 4 times as likely to die from it than white Americans. While Africa has been spared the mass deaths and infection rates we are experiencing here in the United States, the economic consequences for the continent are devastating, sending sub-Saharan Africa into a first recession in 25 years. So yes, times are difficult, but despite this, I am more inspired than ever. Thousands of young people, led by Black activists, are taking to the streets in the United States, demanding an end to systematic racism in all of its forms, whether in the form of police brutality or economic racism. We are seeing a growing coalition of majority Americans who reject a president that traffics in xenophobia, the torture of immigrants, and open encouragement of racist violence. And I'm inspired by grassroots movements around the world. I'm inspired by the women across Africa who are demanding representation and autonomy. I'm inspired by the people of Sudan who overthrew a dictator. And it was a woman who bore the burden of 30 years of autocratic rule, who led the overthrown, making up to 70% of people in the streets. I'm inspired by countries like Senegal, who, following the international cooperation during the Ebola crisis, have had some of the most effective responses to the coronavirus in the world. I'm inspired by the movements in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Somalia, where in the face of incredible odds, devastating violence, there are extraordinary groups working on building a lasting community-based, sustainable peace. There is enormous opportunity in a generation that is working towards an Africa that is politically free, economically independent, and demanding its right of all Africans.
Dear participants in this conference, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you from Lisbon, in the westernmost place of the European continent. Let me start to thank the organization of MyPair for the invitation to be with you on this important and symbolic event.
the forefront in fighting for equality for people of African descent and all others. Next up, we will have a video from the Honorable Congresswoman Frederica Wilson.
Invitation to be with you on this important and symbolic event. I'll switch to Portuguese.
And as we're getting ready to play her video, I want you guys to know that Congresswoman Frederica Wilson really wanted to be here today. And as we know, it is election season in America. Our election is actually November 3rd. And as you also know, we recently had our first presidential debate between the Democratic nominee Joe Biden and our current incumbent, His Excellency Donald Trump. So this has caused a lot of interruptions, and a lot of our panelists wanted to be here. Those who are elected officials in Congress, but they just could not, because as you know, politics is the priority right now. So please go ahead and play the video.
I think that video comes on after this. So Renee, why don't you introduce this video that's playing? This is the one from the Minister of Justice.
Okay, so before we play the video.
This one is from Portugal's Minister of Justice. She is the first Black minister in this position in Portugal, and she talks about a very, very important thing, which is the beginning of human rights and how human rights are important to us, and also as a tool to fight against racism. This video is very important. I think the translators it's possible to translate it live, so I think we can hear a bit of what she's saying and the importance of human rights.
So pick Portuguese or English rather.
Meus amigos.
Yeah, this is the end, but we can move on, right, Joanna?
And then
the next.
Yes. Okay. So before we do move on, I would like to make them, and she wants to utilize this platform to ensure that they have a better future.
All right, thanks, Joanna. So now the video that we have on is from Brazil. Renee, I'll let you talk about it. Prince, go ahead. Let's have that video. You can keep playing it.
This is the Senator Paulo Paim. He's from Brazil, and he's got a very important message. So please, if you don't speak Portuguese, change the translation, and then we're going to listen in English, the live translation of it.
É uma honra ser convidado para participar desse evento do MIPAD, Pessoas Afrodescendentes Mais Influentes, uma iniciativa da sociedade civil global em apoio à década internacional da ONU para afrodescendentes, nomeada de 2015 a 2024. Cumprimento essas entidades pela excelência do trabalho, buscando para o mundo um caminho inclusivo, de igualdade, sem racismo e discriminação. Ao saudar o fundador da família MIPAD, senhor Camil, bem como a senhora Nina Silva, diretora do MIPAD no Brasil, cumprimento carinhosamente a todas as lideranças mundiais que participam desse belo evento. Deixem que eu me apresente. Sou o senador Paulo Paim, da República Federativa do Brasil. Estou no 3º mandato de senador. Fui 4 vezes deputado federal. Participei com orgulho da elaboração da nossa Constituição, a Constituição brasileira. Presido pela 3ª vez a Comissão de Direitos Humanos e Legislação Participativa do Senado Federal. Confesso que trago nos lanhos da minha alma e da minha pele negra os gritos dos meus antepassados que vieram da África. Tenho a esperança do sol, o desafio das montanhas, a inquietude e a rebeldia dos rios desse continente de além-mar. Eu vim do sul do Brasil, do Pampa Gaúcho, terra do índio Sepete Araju, de João Cândido, do Almirante Negro. Senhoras e senhores, o planeta Terra é a nossa casa. Sim, a nossa casa, onde vivemos e exercitamos essa maravilhosa experiência chamada vida. Por isso, devemos fortalecer a absoluta necessidade de cuidar dela, protegê-la e respeitá-la. É a partir desse sentimento e espírito que devemos avaliar todas as graves questões que atingem a humanidade. A falta de solidariedade, a violência, da fome, da miséria, a insensatez das guerras, a destruição do meio ambiente. Cuidar da nossa casa é compreender que tudo está conectado. Pessoas, diversidade, natureza, democracia, justiça, direitos humanos, economia e bem-estar social. A felicidade da humanidade está ligada de forma íntima e coletiva à consciência dos governos. Todos nós vivemos sob o mesmo teto, na mesma casa. Por isso, senhoras e senhores, o Brasil passa por um dos piores momentos da sua história e eu tenho que falar, a Constituição e a democracia sofrem ataques. Direitos e conquistas do nosso povo são alvo de impiedosos e governos sem compromisso humanitário. A escravidão se perpetua até hoje, na falta de vida digna, na fome, na pobreza, no desemprego, no descaso com a saúde e a educação, no ódio, na violência, que elimina crianças, jovens, mulheres, na violência policial, na saga dos desempregados, do sem-teto, do sem-terra, dos desesperados e dos desgarrados. O racismo estrutural da sociedade brasileira discrimina, açoita pelo olhar, mata pela cor da pele, destrói vidas. Somos 56% da população desse país. A grande maioria é pobre, vive nas periferias e favelas. Temos a maior concentração de renda do mundo. Em 2018, 76% dos assassinatos no país foram de negros. 68% entre as mulheres assassinadas. De 2008 a 2018, os homicídios tiveram um aumento de 11,5% para os negros, enquanto que os não negros diminuiu 12,9%.
To be like. Now to my co-host.
And I think Senator Paulo Paim, he's online right now. Senator, can you hear us? Senador Paulo Paim, consegue nos ouvir? I think he's not listening to us, but he's live and he could give us a speech. Senador Paulo Paim, consegue nos ouvir? Yeah, I think he's not listening to us, but then we can move on to the next session of our discussion, which is like the world Black leaders, how can lead the world, how they can teach us, can give us a word and a message. So Joanna, I'll handle that so we can move on to the next session. What do you think?
Sure, I certainly do know. First and foremost, could someone please let me know which world leaders are available?
Yeah.
Pode. É só as 3, né?
Mas eu acho que pode deixar aberto se quiserem, para não dar problema.
So we have the senator from Brazil. He's on now. So Renee, go ahead and engage.
Olá, senador, tudo bem?
Senador.
O senhor nos escuta, senador? I think he's not listening to us.
Okay, Nina, can you tell the senator that the floor is his?
Yeah, I will send a message to him.
All right, because he's on and his mic, we have let his mic open for him to have a conversation with us.
Yeah, sure. Topi, you can mute the microphone of Senator now, and when he will be...
What about the Prime Minister from Harold? Are you there?
Yes, Camille, I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Harold, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Yourself?
Not bad at all. So is your Prime Minister joining us?
No, unfortunately not. I did talk to Renan. Unfortunately, it's currently traveling, and it was supposed to be in his office for live, but he did send a video message. Because it's tough time in Cape Verde. It's traveling on a boat, but the boat was late, and because it's traveling between the islands, and the island it was earlier. The connection is really bad. But it did send us a video message. I think Renan has it will be playing that.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so Joanna and Renee, I mean, have a conversation and let's talk about why we put this session together.
Okay, well,
yeah,
it's
sure.
Go ahead.
Ladies first.
Okay, very good. So while we're trying to figure out which one of our heads of states and ministers and vice presidents who are here with us, and as you know, those are extremely busy individuals. We're just really humbled and grateful that they were able to take some time out of their busy schedule to grace us with their presence and to talk to us about issues that matter to people of African descent. So one of the reasons why MyPad chose to have this session is that first and foremost, the people that MyPad is honoring are not average people of African descent. These are some of the best and brightest people of African descent that you will find from all over the world. So we wanted to bring to them individuals who are leaders, who are policymakers, who are the decision makers, to have a discussion about some of their policy decisions, some of the issues impacting them as elected officials or appointed officials, and also to talk about how we as influential young individuals can continue to use our platform for the glory of our beloved African continent. So that was the spirit of this panel. And as time goes on, we will hear from our distinguished panelists.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the idea. There's a lot of topics that we need to discuss, not just in Africa, but in the diaspora. And I think especially in this year that we are facing the global reckoning on race, cases of violence, and our people, they have been murdered around the world. So we need to discuss, and we need to fight together solutions to fight against racism and how to build strong and more equal societies. So this is what we are doing here today. We want to hear from those leaders, their proposal, how they are operating in this sphere. So this is our main goal here, is to hear from there and to extract from there this message.
And for example, we have an assemblyman, an elected official in New York, only 31 years of age, elected official, who is who is a person of African descent. I mean, that is remarkable. We have the first woman who is a member of the Pakistan parliament. Again, that is remarkable. Just hearing about her experience, some of the challenges impacting women's development in Pakistan and also across the world. We have a member of parliament who is originally from the Gambia, but who is in the Swedish parliament, who is a human rights activist who also utilizes his platform and his influence for the betterment of people of African descent in Sweden. So, and so on. So we have a remarkable group of individuals who will share some thoughts with us. Before I don't want to keep talking, who is here with us? And we can, we don't necessarily have to continue to go in order. Whoever is here, we can just have them join us.
So we're expecting from Colombia, the minister. So we've sent them the link, Renee, so you can ask them to please do join in.
Yeah, I asked them, so we were waiting for the next leader to be live with us in a few seconds.
So while we're
Brazil
waiting,
is connecting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joanna.
So Renan, while we're waiting, you're more familiar with that region than I am. I'm more of your Africa girl. Can you tell us some of the issues impacting people of African descent in Colombia, or maybe even the region?
Yeah, I think more here in Brazil, we have this issue with racism, which is very sad to us, to our community, especially this comes from because of inequalities in Brazil. The people of African descent, they face every single day here in a struggle to get a job, to go to the school, to live a normal life. So basically, this is precisely what we face every single day here in Brazil, when we are trying to find ways that we can fight against racism in Brazil. So I think maybe in this region is the same issue that we face every single day here in Brazil regarding racism. It's really hard to us. It's a never in the sense. So this is the main challenge for us. This is the reason why I think this panel today, it's very special for us, because we can hear from people in leading positions here in Brazil or in Colombia, in Costa Rica. How can we face this problem together, and how can we share experiences with the world, so we can try together to find solutions and to tackle the racism together, perhaps connecting the Africa diaspora with the Africa continent. We can find common solutions, because I think common solution is a key thing to sort out those things, is a key thing to overcome racial issues. So this is what we want together to overcome the situation, to empower people with knowledge and so they can thrive in life. So basically, this is what we are looking for, because in this region, it's not any different from US. So it's a struggle, and together we can find a common solution, Johanna. So I think it's more like this, a union, and then we can thrive together.
Yeah, I agree with you, Renan, because I think that COVID-19 has exposed a number of things, right? One, it's the reality that we need multi-corporations to work together in order to address the challenges that have been that have increased because of COVID-19. But another thing, I think here in America in particular, I think COVID-19 has exposed the political, social, and economic marginalization of people of color, right? And I want to know from your perspective, how has COVID-19 impacted folks of African descent? Because I would like to hear that perspective, because the reality for us in America is quite different. While everybody is impacted, right? But people of color are disproportionately impacted because of years of oppression and suppression.
Yeah. I think it's the same issue that we face here as in the US, because people, they have less access to health systems, health care. So people, they are disproportionately more affected than white people from African descent. Even Nina, she works with economy, and she even if she wishes to share a thought with us, because she works specifically on how to empower Black people. So Nina, from your perspective, how can we thrive in this situation? Because I think she's better than me to reply this question, because she knows, she's an economist and she knows better than me this question.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, the problem, thank you for the question. I'm a founder of the Black Money movement. So this reason for us, it is important to have the center of economy inside our networking, a Black network. We need to improve and to be our own investor of the Black business owners. The problem is in Brazil, we are the second economy, the second Black people population in the world, and we have a really big economy between us. Black people in Brazil movement 1.9 trillion reais, and but we don't have investment of fintechs or banks or agencies for credit. And we cannot to have the probability how I can to start a business and to scale up my business. The idea is how we can to put it in our mind in Brazil that we are a unique people, a unique network for to be hermanos, brothers and sisters and irmãos, okay? To look at the diaspora, the countries in diaspora and the countries in the motherland like a unique, and to grow the economy with doing business between us, doing probabilities of to improve in technology, to improve how to get credits and the fundings between our countries, and how to look for us like a big people, not just it's someone that have a heritage for slavery. No, it's not more about it. We needed to look at the opportunities that we have inside our community and to put all efforts in education, funding, and the technology to scale up our own business. The idea is to grow the probability to have our own business and to be business inside our own community.
Community, yeah, absolutely. And if I may just chime in, I always love it when Nina talks about economic empowerment for people of African descent in all our communities around the world. So I really love what you're doing in Brazil with the Black Bank, because without the economic wealth, we're not able to get into the political space. So thank you very much, Nina, for the great work that you are doing out in Brazil. And just Joanna and Renee, when we thought about this session, the idea was we are in very interesting times and we need to hear a word of solidarity from our political leaders. That is why we invited a number of them to join us. The Vice President of Costa Rica is going to join us shortly. Again, she's on the forefront of the International Decade Movement, right, to empower people of African descent, through economics, through education. So these are the kind of empowerment that we need from our political leaders. And my quick final thought on this is that, you see, racism or systemic oppression is global. And what I've discovered in doing this work is that we are handling it in isolation of each other. So we don't even know each other exists, yet we're all facing the same realities everywhere around the world. So from doing this work, what I'm enjoying is the ability to connect us, for us to start having dialogues, because you might have the answers to my solutions, right? To my problems, right? But if we're not talking to each other, if we don't even know each other exists. But, by show of hands, how many of you know that the Vice President of Costa Rica is an Afro-descendant, or that there's a member of parliament in Pakistan who's a Black woman, right? Just those kind of information really helps us elevate the conversation on a global level so that we can address this global virus, right? And one of the ingredients of the vaccine for global systemic oppression is for us to have global dialogues like we're having, today. So I just, wanted to chime in just to kind of frame the conversation as to why we made a decision to do this. Okay, so back to you, Renee, and
thank you, Camille. Thank you, Camille. And Nita, I have one more question for you, because I like to put this conversation into context, right? So I'm originally from the Republic of Haiti, right? And I have traveled extensively throughout the African continent. And many countries I go to, when I tell folks I'm from the Republic of Haiti, the first Black independent country in the world.
Preach.
And folks on the African continent, my brothers and sisters, they have no idea what I'm talking about or where Haiti is even located, right? So, and also, I want our folks to understand that Black people are not just in Africa or in the United States or in Europe. They're also in Brazil, all over the Caribbean. Can you give us context in terms of the number of people of African descent in Brazil and how they got there, so that our folks can know and we can better unite?
Yeah, it's really fast to talk about it. We are 100, something like 120 million Black people in Brazil. We are the 56% of the population. We are the majority of the population in Brazil.
Wow, amazing. And I think a lot of our folks don't know. And let me share a little history about my country, because I like to brag. I'm a proud Haitian woman. So Haiti gained its independence in 1804 through a bloody revolution with France. And what Haiti's revolution meant for Haiti and the rest of the world is that you have to pay. So after we gained our independence in 1804, a year later in 1805, we amended the Haitian Constitution to make it such that anyone who is Black who were to step foot on Haiti's soil will be considered free. A white man could not own land in the Republic nor be a slave master. So think about Haiti in the context of America. From Miami, Florida to Haiti, it's a roughly 2-hour flight. It's not that far. So think about if all the slaves, because at the time, enslaved people rather, slavery was booming in America. So if those folks had made their way to Haiti, they would have been free. And actually, because of our liberation, Haiti's independence was not recognized. France did not recognize us as an independent state, nor did America. And in fact, Haiti had to pay reparations to France for winning the independence in billions of dollars, which essentially bankrupt the country. So in order to understand Haiti's current social, economic, and political challenges, you have to go back to 1804. And in 1804, that was way before the Berlin Conference, which happened in the late 1800s. So I always say this: Haiti is the founder of the Black Lives Matter movement. Would you guys agree? So before we were talking about oppression
I love that.
the world, Haiti had the lead on it. Haiti was
That's
doing
right.
it. So I think it is a history that, as people of
Good
African
history
descent,
lesson.
we need to know. We need to know, and it's a history that I'm very proud of as a Haitian woman.
All right, so let's
the most
diversify.
interesting.
Go ahead,
One interesting
Renee.
thought about what Joanna just she said. It's interesting to understand about the colonialism, because here in Brazil, more than half of population, they are from Africa descent, but people, they don't know their heritage. People, they don't know their roots. You imagine, just like recently, 1 year ago, I did a DNA test and I discovered that part of my family, they came from Sierra Leone, they came from Nigeria, they came from the North Africa. So people, they just know when they came from Europe, but they don't know where they came from Africa, because there's no this mindset here in Brazil, and bringing back the Africa heritage and putting to people's lives to understand where we came from. We didn't come from Europeans as a whole. Part of us, yes, indeed. My grandfather, he was from Portugal, but also we came from Africa. So we need to understand our culture, to have this with us, to have this inside of us, to understand who we are and where we are going. I think Brazil faces a challenge in the sense of identifying our identity, our true identity. So this encompasses also understanding where we came from. So I think this is a very important discussion, because the colonialism does that. Sometimes you forgot your own history because someone changed the history for their benefit. Generally, this is the way it is. This is the way it presents to us, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
And one quick last comment before we go to our next speaker. And as someone who is an internationalist, a global citizen, I've traveled to Southeast Asia, to the African continent, the Caribbean, and I have listened to the young people, the old people, talk about their experiences. And what I can tell you is that whether you are in Asia, in America, in the Caribbean, in Europe, in Africa, the challenges impacting people of African descent are apparently the same.
Absolutely.
We are
Absolutely.
in this together, and the sooner that we unite as a group, the sooner that we can find some of the solutions to the challenges that are impeding our development as a whole.
And we're to that point, we are in a very unique period in human history where the conversation truly has become global now. So we're where we need to be, but now we need to now start to speak collectively. I mean, look at the session, just planning the session, just the divide and conquer that exists in bringing us together, right? The fragmentation of people of African descent is one of our greatest weaknesses, right? Because we're separated by language, right? Look at Brazil, over 100 million of us, right? Who could be part of the conversation, but look at us, working through translations just for us to connect, right? So these is a very interesting time now that the conversation is global. The whole world is paying attention. COVID contributed to that. It helped, cause the whole world to listen, right? And I truly believe there's a change here. 400 years of affliction is over. We're in 401, year 401, but we need to be more tactful in how we continue to work together and build a global community that can address this global virus. So fantastic conversation, and I would love for Renee and Arthur, from Brazil, representing Brazil, just to kind of give us more sense of what the average Brazilian, when they think of Africa, what comes to mind for them. Arthur, I mean, you are in the health space with COVID. I want to hear from you what you're doing with Afro Saúde in Brazil, which is Afro Health. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Arthur Lima. I am a dentist here in Brazil, and I'm from a different city from Nina and Renan. I'm from Salvador. So almost 80% of my city are Black, so I'm very happy about it. But a few years ago that we started to discuss these things. For me, for example, I was thinking about it today, that the racial conscience came to me only 2 years ago, and I'm 28 years ago. And I am 28 years old, so it's too much to process. And 1 year ago, I didn't think of anything that I was doing today. I started a health tech focused on health of the Afro-Brazilians here. That Camille said. And we did a COVID project just for those people who don't have access to quality health, even though we have a public health system here. And we suffer racism in both private and public health sectors here in Brazil. And at the same time, the Black health professionals, dentists, doctors, nutritionists, they don't have visibility here in the job market. Brazilians usually don't see me as a dentist because of my skin color or because of my hair. So we are always marginalized at the job market in the health area. That's why I took this whole Black money movement idea and I'm bringing to health to empower those professionals. So when Joanna told me the story of the movement, and Nina talked a little bit about how she understood and brought to Brazil. So
exactly,
the pieces are finding the places. So thank you so much for being here. I'm very happy.
No, absolutely.
So
and good job.
Go
ahead, Renee.
Yeah, I would like to take this opportunity after he was discussing with us really important issues. And now we have live a very important person from Brazil. Her name is Leci Brandão. She's a lawmaker from São Paulo State. She's already live with us. So let's see if she can hear us. Leci Brandão, boa tarde. Can you hear us? Pode nos ouvir, Leci Brandão? Yeah, I think now she's listening to us, Leci Brandão. Leci Brandão, um prazer estar conosco aqui nessa tarde. Obrigado por ter se juntado ao MyPad para conversar com a gente nesse dia tão especial, né? Que a gente tem tanta questão para discutir, tanta coisa importante para falar. Sua presença aqui nos alegra muito, né? Porque você tem feito um trabalho incrível em São Paulo. Eu acho que você pode contribuir muito com a gente, com a sua experiência, o que você tem feito, e vai ajudar muito a nossa comunidade. Então, eu vou te fazer uma pergunta, eu vou fazer a pergunta em inglês, depois eu faço ela em português de novo, só para quem está nos ouvindo entender, e aí você pode começar a falar 10 minutinhos, tá bom? Então,
tá bom, antes eu quero te dar boa tarde, né? Só preciso te dar boa tarde.
Boa tarde, por favor, fala aí demais, né?
Que Deus te abençoe, abençoe a todos que estão aí.
Amém. Obrigado, Leci. So I was talking to Leci Brandão. She's a lawmaker from São Paulo State. She's head in Brazil in terms of laws and legislation to Black people, to minority. So I'm going to start with first question to Leci Brandão, because Leci Brandão, you've got an amazing record in the Brazilian culture with your contributions to our national rhythm, which is samba. Yeah, she's the woman. Even you made history as the first woman composer in Rio de Janeiro in the Carnival, and currently you are also making history fighting in another front, which is politics as a lawmaker, as I was saying, in the São Paulo state, and you keep making history as the second female Black lawmaker in São Paulo Assembly. So we live in a country which has a very modern legislation to protect women, but on the other hand, Brazil has an epidemic violence against women, especially with Black women. This is a very serious issue in Brazil. So, Leci, I want to understand from your point of view what is wrong with our country. So, and how can we combat the violence against women, which is a very serious issue here in Brazil? So for this question, you're gonna have 10 minutes and the floor is yours. But first, I'm gonna do this question in Portuguese. So, Leci, eu estava dizendo que você tem um registro incrível na cultura do Brasil, né? Porque você tem uma contribuição para nossa cultura nacional, com o samba. Você foi a primeira mulher compositora, né, numa escola de samba no Rio de Janeiro. E atualmente você também está fazendo história, lutando em outra frente, que é a política, como legisladora no estado de São Paulo. Segue fazendo história, foi a segunda mulher negra, né, legisladora na Assembleia de São Paulo. E eu queria entender um lado, porque a gente vive num país que tem uma legislação muito moderna, né, para proteger a mulher, especialmente da violência. Mas, por outro lado, o Brasil tem uma violência epidêmica contra a mulher, especialmente a mulher negra. Então, eu queria entender, Leci, do seu ponto de vista, o que há de errado nesse país e como a gente pode combater a violência contra a mulher. Então, para isso, você vai ter 10 minutos para responder essa pergunta e a audiência é toda sua. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado, Leci.
Muito obrigada. Novamente, Deus abençoe.
God bless everyone who is here. I'm very honored for having been invited.
Tânia Regina, que é do Hub Cultural.
I thank Tânia Regina from the culture area. First time I heard about this initiative by my friend Cláudia Luna, who is a lawyer. I have always tried to bring racial issues and defending the Black population, indigenous population, women, communities, African religions, and human rights as a whole. LGBT community, the people who don't have a land, and promoting racial equality. The issue of Black women is originally from Black history. Unfortunately, when you read Brazilian history, all contribution which the Black population gave to this country and Brazilian culture is hidden. Nobody talks about how we came here, how people came here, and the opportunity nobody gave us as immigrants have got. Our descendants didn't have any opportunity. On the contrary, there was Lei Áurea, the law in 1888, which didn't allow the Black population, which was enslaved, from the opportunities of having liberty. We are more than half of the Brazilian population, but we don't have access to power, to jobs. And the women, our grandmothers, our mothers, all have a history of doing housework, being maids, cook. They didn't give us opportunity to study, to get a better job, because our skin color comes first. This is the first prejudice in Brazil. Our body, our skin, Black woman, Black man. This also leads police to connect Black people to criminals. We have a high number of young Black people in prisons, and we try to change this reality with actions, with affirmative actions and public policies. I can say we have some achievements. When we brought the law 10639, which makes us teach African history at schools and building a secretary of racial equality secretary in 2003 and 2010, racial equality term and constitutionality to the affirmative actions to access university for Black people in Brazil in 2012. We have always fought for this. By culture, we can go higher in these pyramids. People say we are on the basis of the pyramids in Brazil, the social pyramids. It is important that we say that all this progress were made in the popular governments of President Lula and President Dilma. That is, 2002 to 2016, we got some achievements. But I think that those public policies are at risk in the present because we have a government in this country which is a government of drawbacks, authority, racist, homophobic, misogynist, a government which doesn't accept that we have freedom, right to Brazilian powers, no power from the law, executive, have the Black face. We don't see our faces in those places. Regardless, I'd like to say, when George Floyd was murdered, that shocked the world, this is common in our communities in Brazil. Blacks being murdered on the dark of the night. This has always happened in the poor communities. We have always cried our young Blacks. We also know the fewer salaries belong to the Blacks. When we speak about Black women, everybody shows us the basis of the pyramids, but we want to go to the top. And in Brazil, African descendants are the minority in public spaces of power and all spaces of power. Racism in Brazil is structural, systemic. institutionalized. We have to say this, but we're changing this reality. We are more than half of the Brazilian population. We have the biggest Black organization in the world, which is the Black movement. In the city elections which are coming, we have a very positive scenario. Many Black candidates, especially Black women, to be lawmakers. This for me is very important. But in the same time, the government is forming a majority to finance Black elections. And this has all tendency of victory. Unfortunately, we have another problem that we cannot forget to mention. The country is burning now. The Amazon, Pantanal area, everything destroyed by fire. And we don't know who is putting fire on this. For sure, it is not the indigenous. It's not them who are doing this. And we have more things. Scientists and researchers have been chased. And they are contributing to slow down the pandemics of COVID-19. But the health sectors is not being respected. So I think that our African descendants should urgently take place in power to save this country. I believe so much with these next elections, we should take the courage and enthusiasm of young and women who are candidates. This is an effect of Marielle Franco, who was a great lawmaker in Rio de Janeiro, who was murdered. And we know that from her, many young women, young Black women, had courage and the guts, enthusiasm to take place in these power positions. And I want to reaffirm that for me, being a simple woman, a simple history woman, I came where I am in São Paulo state, in the assembly, the biggest one in South America. It is an honor for me because I am the daughter of a cleaner in a public school. And nowadays, I'm a lawmaker in the São Paulo assembly.
Ok. So, você tem mais 30 segundinhos, tá?
Não, tudo bem. Os meus 30 segundinhos...
That's okay. I would like to thank you all. I don't regret anything I've done. I'm a really activist woman. I live fighting oppressions, and I'm like this. African religion made me like this.
Muito obrigado pela sua participação aqui no painel. Foram palavras lindas, né? Muito inspiradoras. Muito obrigado mesmo. Peço para a senhora ficar até o finalzinho. A gente vai com as outras líderes do mundo também. E no final a gente tem 10 minutinhos para perguntas. So I was thanking Leci Brandão for these insightful thoughts that she shared with us, which was amazing. We are all feel thrilled by her words. So let's move on to our next guest speaker. So we're gonna go now to Costa Rica with the Apsy Campbell. She is the Vice President of Costa Rica. Buenas tardes, Costa Rica. Vicepresidente, ¿nos escucha? I think we cannot, she's listened to us, but she's not, we cannot hear us. Let me see if Ministra, ¿nos escucha? Costa Rica. Vicepresidenta, sí, ahora sí, ahora creo.
I see Colombia. I see the minister from Colombia is here.
Buenos días.
Vicepresidenta. Buenos días, sí, ahora nos escucha. Buenos días, muy buenos días, Apsy Campbell, Vice President of Costa Rica. So let's move on to talk to her to hear her thoughts in this panel. Mrs. Vice President of Costa Rica, you were the first Black woman in your position in Costa Rica and just the second female Vice President of African descent in the Americas. So you are making history, which is amazing. I congratulate you for that. I'm a huge fan of your work. So also you are a researcher and activist for rights of women and people of African descent. So I think you, more than anyone else, can tell us the obstacles faced by Black women to achieve such high positions. So then I think my question to you is like, how can we achieve more equality for Black women? So for this question, you've got 10 minutes. So Mrs. Vice President of Costa Rica, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Renee, this is Camille. I'm not sure she's in yet. So I'm gonna ask that we move the session to the minister from Colombia.
Okay, let's go to Colombia. Vamos a Latinoamérica. Let's go to Colombia now. So Mabel Gisela Torres, ministra de Ciencia y Tecnología de Colombia, ¿nos oye? Hola, Mabel.
Buenos días a todos. ¿Cómo están? Muchas gracias por esta invitación.
Gracias a vos, Mabel. Muchísimas gracias. Sí, ahora sí, escucho. Minister, you are in Colombia, which is amazing. Muchas gracias for talking to us, making time for us in this morning. And you are the first female minister of science, technology, and innovation in Colombia. So which is a great achievement, and you have dedicated a huge part of your career to academia and science. Now you are in the government, which also offers a different view of social problems. I think my question to you is like, how those three areas, science, technology, and innovation, can be used to empower
Quem?
not just in Colombia.
Eles são sozinhos, cara. Ela, Alain, é tudo eles e uns gato pingado, porque a galera tem que se chegar junto.
Usted es la primera ministra de Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación de Colômbia.
Eu vou pegar aqui, peraí. A gente tem que chegar junto. Eu estou fazendo
una gran parte de su carrera a la academia y la ciencia, y ahora estás en el gobierno que ofrece una otra visión de los problemas sociales también. Entonces yo creo que mi pregunta para usted es cómo estas tres áreas, ciencia, tecnología e innovación, pueden ser utilizadas para empoderar a la mujer negra, no solo en Colombia, sino que en el mundo todo. Solo para esta pregunta, usted va a tener 10 minutos para su comentario, señora ministra. Muchísimas gracias por estar acá con nosotros.
No, muchas gracias. Gracias por la invitación a este espacio, por compartir también, por dialogar un poco sobre estos temas que necesitan ser puestos en las agendas de los gobiernos. Temas sobre todo tan importantes como es el tema de mujer, que está ligado a la mujer negra y de región. Entonces, muchas gracias por la invitación, por compartir este espacio con Leslie, con Lexi, con Tancela. Además, se convierten en un referente para todas las mujeres del mundo, para las mujeres negras de cada uno. Pero decirles que yo tengo el privilegio y tengo el gran honor de ser la primera ministra de Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación en Colombia, y esto de alguna manera también abre las puertas y marca el interés sobre el gobierno de conversar sobre la pluralidad. Una persona como yo están representados tres elementos muy importantes: el de ser mujer, el de ser científica y el de ser
challenges. I have been a scientist, I'm a woman, I'm a black woman, so I'm facing like many different challenges
que al final lo que nos permiten es empezar a romper esos estereotipos que han marcado a todas las mujeres del mundo durante décadas en un rol y en un papel de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación. Yo estoy convencida que nosotros solamente podemos transformar desde lo que sentimos, y eso es un poco lo que nos permite implementar estrategias, nos permite desarrollar acciones que van justo a cerrar esas filas de inequidad. Hay un proceso muy importante desde que llegué al Ministerio de la Ciencia, la Tecnología y la Innovación, que es la democratización y la regionalización del conocimiento.
One of the works I'm doing is how to make knowledge democratic in the country, how to bring access to everybody to science and technology.
De empoderamiento desde muchos
Because it's an
ámbitos.
opportunity for empowering
Y es alcanzar eso que siempre hemos visto como inalcanzable. Colombia, de hecho,
very difficult to reach, but it has been the opportunity for reaching that we saw almost an impossible.
Entonces, es como
being
empezar
a
a
black woman doing that role
volver la
is
ciencia
very
inalcanzable, pero por el otro lado,
good,
hay
and
un
it's also giving the science the opportunity to be in the hand of
una gran
everybody.
labor de los científicos usando estas herramientas es que nosotros podamos conversar entre las diferentes formas de producción
in
de conocimiento,
connecting each other in how we are creating knowledge for the country, bringing the knowledge from the different regions, and making dialogues that are
quiero
horizontal.
darles algunas acciones importantes que estamos logrando y que estamos ejecutando e implementando para permitir construir estos diálogos horizontales. Una primera acción del Ministerio es la construcción de una política pública de ciencia, tecnología e innovación con enfoque diferencial. Una política que, entre otras cosas, lo que pretende es dar estrategias y acciones para personas en condiciones de discapacidad, para personas de comunidades étnicas, para jóvenes, y allí hay una población muy importante que es mujer. Y en este sentido, la política pública ha sido una política pública dialogada, es la primera política pública en Colombia que se construye a través del diálogo y la participación de los diferentes actores. Hace ya aproximadamente unos 15 días tuvimos este diálogo con mujeres científicas y de regiones para conocer de este sector y de esta población las necesidades, pero también las oportunidades. Nosotros empezamos justo en enero este mandato del presidente Iván Duque, y hemos implementado ya algunas acciones que son muy importantes. Primero, para empoderar a la mujer, pero sobre todo para abrir otros campos de acción. Porque ser mujer científica, ser mujer innovadora, abre otros espacios y otras oportunidades gerenciales. O sea, hay un gran reto, y es que las instituciones también empiecen a desmitificar el papel de la mujer en el sector productivo y en las diferentes organizaciones. Por lo tanto, el sector de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación es uno de esos que abre el panorama, porque también dignifica el papel de la mujer.
Like windows and giving us a wider view of all of the opportunities that we have as a society.
Cada vez que nosotros construimos un referente desde el ser, desde el hacer, estamos invitando
every time that we're making references or showing the country that they can have reference from what people are and what people do at the same time. We're helping build a different way of understanding knowledge.
El empoderamiento de la mujer. Estamos
and it also helps women to empower themselves by recognizing themselves.
No es construir solamente desde la formación.
It is not only about making science from the knowledge and the education
para concluir con un proyecto de vida.
But it also has to be with a life project that people is doing according to their different backgrounds they have.
No es suficiente,
and the different cultural aspects.
En Colombia, solamente el 38% de las mujeres son investigadoras. Y solamente el
33% de las women research.
Continuar con una carrera científica.
Even a fewer number continues on a scientific.
Y esto básicamente se debe a que como sociedad hemos construido una narrativa. Estamos hechas para unas carreras y no para
that
otras.
women should be only in some
Sobre todo,
areas and not in the
las mujeres
others.
científicas no tenemos entornos empáticos.
So scientific
Ejemplo,
women, we don't have
cuando
empathic surroundings. The contexts
piensa
where
en
we have to
contratar
work are usually
a una
for
mujer, muchas veces está pensando en las dificultades que va a tener esta mujer en su desempeño, porque tiene hijos, porque la obligación de la casa normalmente
so, and then women also have to be, concerned
hacia la
about taking care of the family, the children.
no permite una motivación en las niñas y en las jóvenes a seguir una
So
carrera
sometimes it takes away if we don't keep a balance the
Entonces, desde
motivation
el
of women
ministerio lanzamos el
doing a
primer
different kind of
programa en
having different
Latinoamérica
different than a family.
con vocaciones STEAM con enfoque inclusivo y diferencial. Tenemos
So
un programa
what I'm
que se
doing
llama
science is to give it a
Más
approach
Ciencia, Más
that has to
Equidad,
do with
que
science and
está
equity
articulando primero una fase
that
de
is
liderazgo
bringing
y vocación, segundo una fase de entrenamiento en vocaciones STEAM y
that is
cierra
like
con un
training
proyecto de
people
vida.
in STEAM
Sobre todo
areas
cierra con un proyecto de vida que no solamente
and
está
also by the
a la carrera
with a
científica
life project
per
in a
se,
science
sino que abrimos una nueva
in the
oportunidad,
studies of the
porque
science,
muchas mujeres
making it like
quieren con su
project for
conocimiento
people
crear
like
empresas.
not only like
Desde el
something
ministerio
for the
estamos construyendo ese entorno para que las mujeres científicas desde el conocimiento también puedan construir empresas. Entonces,
So
este es un
we are
programa
also
que
supporting
su primer
women to
impacto
create
está
companies
tiene el
to be
objetivo de llegar
able
a
to be
500
entrepreneurs in
jóvenes
science and in different areas they
pregrado
would like to.
con el
So we are
objetivo
giving
de
them
que
access
se conviertan en
to
referentes,
university education.
amplifiquen la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación, pero que sobre todo puedan hacer transformación en cada uno de sus territorios.
So they can also do research and bring this
También
knowledge to the different territories
con
where
las
they come from or where they
para que las empresas puedan vincular a las mujeres en sus plantas. Finalmente,
Ministra.
está acabando el tiempo, finalmente cerrar que nosotros estamos trabajando también en un programa en el que articulamos la investigación y la creación. Investigación-creación, para poder inspirar a más mujeres a que puedan generar desde su educación un impacto en la sociedad.
From their jobs and the role a bigger impact in society.
Ministra, muchísimas gracias por hablar con nosotros en esta mañana. Desde ahí en Colombia no estamos tan lejos, estoy acá en São Paulo. Y muchísimas gracias por esta charla increíble y por decirnos tantas cosas buenas que nos llenan de muchas emociones, que nos llevan mensajes muy importantes para la diáspora de África en todo el mundo. Agradezco muchísimo de corazón. Y ahora vamos continuar en América, ir a Costa Rica. Now we are going to Costa Rica to talk to Apsy Campbell, the Vice President of Costa Rica. She's there, I can see her. So, Apsy Campbell, how are you? Good morning. Buenos días. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy buenos días.
Buenos días.
Thank you for joining us, Madam Vice President. It's good to see you again. This is Camille.
Hi, how are you, Camille?
I'm doing great. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Muchas gracias por ayudarnos y por estar acá para hablar con nosotros. Miss Vice President, Miss Vice President, I'm going to do the question in English to you. Is that okay?
Is that okay?
Okay, so Miss Vice President, you are the first Black woman in your position in Costa Rica and just the second female Vice President of African descent in the Americas, which is a great achievement. You are making history. I'm a huge fan of yours, I must say, as well. Also, you are a researcher and activist for the rights of women and people. So I think more than anyone else, you can tell us a lot of things about the obstacles faced by Black women to achieve such high positions. So my question to you is, how can we make more, how can we have more equality to Black women in the world? So for this question, we're gonna have 10 minutes and the floor is yours, Ms. Vice President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take note that I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm going to speak slowly for the translator, but I'm going to speak in Spanish. Les envío un saludo desde Costa Rica y quisiera plantearles que en este contexto los desafíos que tenemos como naciones, como mundo, son fundamentales y nos obligan a pensar en el contexto de la década de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, asumir el desarrollo sostenible y la democracia desde aquellas y aquellos que históricamente hemos estado atrás y que la pandemia ha dejado atrás. Y estoy hablando en este panel en el contexto de los obstáculos particulares que pueden enfrentar y que podemos enfrentar las mujeres afrodescendientes. Se trata entonces de entender un contexto en el cual la exclusión y la desigualdad han sido la norma y que para salir de allí tenemos que pensar como mujeres afrodescendientes en nuevos acuerdos, nuevos pactos sociales que se centren en el bienestar, pero en el bienestar de todas las personas, con un cuidadoso equilibrio con la naturaleza. Se trata desde esa óptica de repensar la democracia, los espacios de poder que han sido históricamente limitados para las mujeres y para las mujeres afrodescendientes muchísimo más. Quisiera centrarme en los obstáculos, porque repetir que son los obstáculos no nos permiten mirar cuál es el futuro que estamos construyendo y cómo debemos construirlo. Tenemos que reconocer que las sociedades en las que vivimos están basadas en la desigualdad y la exclusión, que las mujeres de todas las identidades y de todos los grupos raciales no cuentan con las mismas oportunidades que los hombres, y que la realidad de las mujeres afrodescendientes y las mujeres racializadas es aún más compleja. Son las que están en la base de la pirámide política, social y económica. Pero yo quisiera que cuando estamos mirando este futuro, no dejemos de ver que este entramado de exclusión, esta organización social, tenemos que mirarla desde esa óptica grande, porque también deja atrás a los hombres afrodescendientes, principalmente a los jóvenes negros de nuestro continente. Su condición de género les hace tremendamente vulnerables al abuso policial y a las redes de delincuencia. Ellos también son los hijos, los hermanos, los compañeros de las mujeres afrodescendientes. Y entonces cuando estamos pensando en los obstáculos del poder y las transformaciones que procuramos, estamos pensando también y procurando esas nuevas sociedades para los hombres y mujeres afrodescendientes. Implica, lo dijo muy bien la ministra Torres, que las mujeres afrodescendientes enfrentan obstáculos desde sus identidades múltiples, que se convierten en agravantes para su condición de vida, y que avanzar implica que se le garantice todas las condiciones para compartir el poder y las decisiones que les afectan a ellas, pero no solamente a ellas, que afectan a las sociedades y a los países como un todo. Del lado del Estado, del lado de los movimientos sociales, del lado de la academia, del lado de todos los sectores, tenemos entonces que asumir un compromiso para enfrentar esos obstáculos con acciones concretas. Esas acciones implican compromiso de las diversas partes. Desde los gobiernos quisiera plantear algunos temas específicos. Primero, las acciones afirmativas que rompan la exclusión histórica, económica, social y política. Ahí tendríamos también como una segunda marco de acción unas campañas de sensibilización más modernas que utilicen todas las herramientas que están a nuestro alcance, que promuevan el respeto y la lucha estructural contra el racismo, que promuevan romper esas rutas históricas de desigualdad que tienen a las mujeres y a las comunidades afrodescendientes en acceso a la información, a la digitalización, a la salud integral, incluida la salud mental y a los derechos humanos como un todo. Allí también creo que uno de los elementos centrales es que podamos avanzar en campañas de educación que permitan un conocimiento profundo desde lo escolar hasta lo universitario de los aportes, identidades, historia de las personas, de las personas afrodescendientes, de la historia africana y en particular de los aportes de las mujeres afrodescendientes. Estaríamos también pensando que desde los gobiernos se debe de incorporar una perspectiva étnica racial en las acciones a favor de las mujeres. O sea que realmente si tenemos toda una política de inclusión de género, esa tiene que estar cruzada por las identidades diversas, incluidas la identidad étnico-racial. En programas de desarrollo integral que puedan estar cruzadas por todas las áreas de acción de los estados y gobiernos. Y además con unas acciones relacionadas con políticas de inclusión en el sector privado. Estoy hablando de acciones afirmativas en términos de contrataciones y en políticas de inclusión de las propias empresas que ya han demostrado que la inclusión no solamente garantiza derechos, sino que también es un negocio, es una forma de captar el conocimiento, la creatividad de las personas afrodescendientes y de otros grupos que han sido históricamente excluidos. Entonces allí creemos que los movimientos sociales activos en la propuesta deben de avanzar para proponer acciones que transformen la realidad. Necesaria la protesta, imprescindible la propuesta. Construir con los diferentes actores de la sociedad, nosotras, las mujeres afrodescendientes, y ahí yo quisiera decir que esto es un elemento absolutamente central, acuerdos con los diferentes actores de la sociedad. Al estar en la base de la pirámide, esos actores esos acuerdos permiten ir transformando. Poner en marcha los acuerdos internacionales. Tenemos una gran cantidad de acuerdos internacionales en materia de derechos humanos, agendas de igualdad y no discriminación, desarrollo sostenible, agenda del decenio afro, de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, de la conferencia de población, de la conferencia de Beijing, de la conferencia mundial contra el racismo. Hay un marco internacional robusto sobre el que deberíamos de trabajar. Plantear a los organismos internacionales acciones concretas de priorización de la agenda que incluyan expresamente a las mujeres afrodescendientes, pero también acciones afirmativas. Unas alianzas que creo que son fundamentales y Camilo, por favor, tome nota de este tema entre las mujeres africanas y las mujeres africanas de la diáspora para fortalecer los discursos, las acciones locales, nacionales y regionales e intercambiar experiencias sobre los avances en derechos humanos y la construcción de sociedades más justas. Trabajar en la construcción de la sexta región de la Unión Africana para garantizar la visión de las personas de la diáspora africana, promoviendo desde allí acciones de desarrollo integral que respalden y que promuevan a las mujeres. Para ir terminando, respaldar la propuesta de Costa Rica de declarar el 31 de agosto como Día de los y las Afrodescendientes, propuesto hace 100 años en el Congreso de los Pueblos Negros del Mundo, como una manera de reconocer a las mujeres y hombres afrodescendientes. Respaldar acciones y el liderazgo de Natalia Canem, directora del Fondo de Población, en procura de elevar el más alto nivel a la agenda afrodescendiente y construir con la oficina de la Alta Comisionada de los Derechos Humanos, con doña Michelle Bachelet, que se ha comprometido con la agenda afrodescendiente y que tiene como mandato esa agenda, unas acciones concretas para garantizar estas campañas globales de lucha contra el racismo, la discriminación racial y estas campañas de derechos humanos que coloquen en el centro a las mujeres afrodescendientes. Tenemos que hacerlo conjuntamente, hombres y mujeres afrodescendientes. Tenemos que hacerlo con los hombres y las mujeres de los diferentes grupos sociales, de las diferentes identidades, porque tenemos que ser capaces de construir sociedades inclusivas, justas, igualitarias, donde las mujeres tengamos un sitio de igualdad con todo.
So we can build a better world of equality. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, vicepresidenta. Yo aprendí muchísimo con todas ustedes, las tres, me enseñaron muchísimo hoy. Yo salgo de esta charla muy feliz, muy contento, porque aprendí muchísimo con vosotras. Estoy muy contento. Yo creo que tenemos 10 minutos finales de nuestra charla y a ver si hay alguna pregunta de la audiencia. Anyone has a question that we could make to the world leaders? We've got 10 minutes left to the end of our panel. If you guys have a question, we can do it right now. Let me see if they have a question. Let me just check. Yeah, at least we cannot see right now. So since we've got these 10 minutes left, we are all Latinos. We are all from Latin America, the 4 of us in this panel. Thank you very much. I learned a lot with you, ladies. Thank you very much. And I think before we move on, before we finish the panel, sorry, not Spanish, and I think you could send a message, 2 minutes for each of you from Latin America to the world, from our experience to the world, just to finish this conversation. So, decía que estoy muy orgulloso de estar acá con vosotras. Muchísimas gracias. Yo aprendí mucho con vosotras. Yo miraba si hay alguna pregunta de la audiencia, pero a ver que parece que no hay. Pero entonces yo quería que vosotras enviasen un mensaje. Todo el mundo, somos latinos, somos de Latinoamérica. Yo creo que vosotros podrían compartir un mensaje con todo el mundo y así como que tenemos más o menos 10 minutos. Yo creo que 3 minutos para cada uno de ustedes sería increíble. Entonces vamos a empezar por Brasil, Leci Brandão, después vamos a Colômbia e depois a Costa Rica, vale? Então, Leci Brandão, uma mensagem final, 3 minutos para você dar uma mensagem final, pode ser? Eu creo que ella no nos oye. No nos oye. Entonces,
oi, querido.
Assim, agora sim. Leci, você manda uma mensagem para a gente, então, 3 minutinhos para uma mensagem final, pode ser?
Sim, porque meu tempo dos 10 minutos acho que não foi total daquela hora, não, hein? Eu contei aqui. Isso aí.
Solamente.
I want to reassure my honor to be here in this event, which is fantastic. The Black population in the world. And I have to say that we have taken our job to many countries. For example, Angola, Cuba, Cape Verde, United States, Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland, and that's it. And I would like also to say that what we put here in relation to Brazil was not a political position, but a citizen position, a position showing what has been done to our Black population, and we have always faced as Black people, but we are very much attentive to this structure, this racial structure which Brazil has, and we are doing everything we can to change it for better. We must have our space, a youth which is engaged, intelligent, and capable. And we have to reunite all efforts so that they can really occupy position powers in law, executive, in judiciary also. We'll get there someday. I'm optimist. I believe we have this possibility. And I also thank the people who invited me to be in this meeting. Thank Tanya, Nina, to have chosen me to be in this historic moment for me. It is a very important moment, and say that all the women which I saw, Mabel, Tansila, Epsa Campbell, I thank all, and especially you, Renan, for the welcoming way you have treated me, and always saying that the population, Black population in Brazil, is more than half of the population in the country. We are more than half, so it's more than time for it to occupy its space and have not opportunity, but rights, because we don't have opportunity, but we have the rights to be in those places. It is our places.
Perfect.
Black Lives Matter.
Thank you very much, Lissy, for your final message. So, Kema, do you want to say something?
Yeah, please. Just wanted to acknowledge, because of time, a big thank you to the Vice President. We love you. Thank you so much for what you continue to do. I just wanted to alert you that we also have a member of parliament from Europe who's also here from Sweden, from the Swedish Parliament and the Council of Europe. So Joanna, MP Jallo is here.
Good. Yes, good. Again, good afternoon and good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Thank you to your excellencies and dignitaries for your time and your commitment to making our event this year a success. So I will move on to the Member of Parliament, Mama Malcolm Jallow, who is a member of the Swedish Parliament in the Council of Europe. The Honorable Jallow, I will allow you to give your remarks. You have roughly 7 minutes, and then I have a host of questions I will ask you so that we can have a very interactive conversation. So the Honorable Jallow, you have the floor. Thank you.
All right, before he goes on, I just wanted to make sure, Renee, are we good with Latin America and Brazil? Do you want to give us a close before we move on?
Yeah, we are. I thank them for the opportunity for making huge time to be here with us. So we're gonna move to the next panel. So Colombia, Costa Rica, muchísimas gracias por estar acá con nosotros. El tiempo se va, pero muchísimas gracias por estar acá con nosotros en esta mañana nos ayudando con ese panel. Muito obrigado, Lissy, pela oportunidade. Muchas gracias, Mabel. Muchísimas gracias por sus declaraciones. Que tengan buen día a las dos.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, vale.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the Honorable Jallow, you have the floor. Thank you so much for your time and your patience with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you really for having me. I'm delighted to be a part of this very interesting conversation that we're having, but also especially considering that it is the UN Decade for People of African Descent, it's important to make sure that we are a part of celebrating this decade. And one of the main principles of this decade amongst the three is recognition, and recognition being the topic for this week, I think is extremely important. I was told that there were a lot of young politicians, young leaders that are going to be recognized today. And I think that's extremely important, especially in these days, as the world is becoming increasingly divided. We ought to be well aware and be very conscious that time is well overdue for African descendants, people of African descent, to unite for a common purpose and vision and take the lead in defining and steering our future. To be able to do that, we must, as leaders, both learn from the successes, failures, and legacies of so many of our previous and current leaders. We must not only aspire, but be committed to stand against the spirit of division and work towards creating a common ground. That is extremely important for us to do as leaders, and especially young leaders, because only then are we able to manifest our collective greatness as a people. Leadership requires knowledge and wisdom, not only academic knowledge, but worldly knowledge, a vast diversity of kinds of knowledge. It requires selflessness and courage. It requires the courage to always do what is right, even if what is right is at odds with our personal ambitions. And that's one of the difficulties of being a good leader. And although there are many that, we'll have a lot of moments in our leadership when the way forward may seem impossible at times, when our commitment and resilience are tested beyond what we might perceive as reasonable, when our faith in God and our vision are tested beyond all limits, when we have doubts about our leadership qualities and skills. But the best leaders amongst us are the ones that have been tested and tried over and over again and fallen, but like Phoenix, have the strength to rise again a lot wiser, to rise again a lot stronger, and more driven to create progressive change. Those are the best leaders amongst us. We need leadership that is centered on democracy, the rule of law, and transparency. That is something that we are lacking because there is a lot of threat to democracy as we know it today. We need leadership that not only takes credit when credit is due, but also leadership that is accountable for failures. And that is the difficult part. Because good leadership focuses on the establishment of sustainable democracies, sustainable democratic institutions, legislation, and societies. Because only sustainable societies will withstand the test of time. As leaders, we must not only be role models that the younger generation can identify with, but we should reflect their dreams and ambitions. When they look at us, it's not enough just identifying with us, but they have to be able to see their dreams and ambitions when they see us. And more than icons, we should aspire to inspire the younger generation. And that is a responsibility we have. And those of you that are young leaders, you have that responsibility. You stand on the shoulders of all these great leaders that we've had in the African community, in the African, both in the diaspora and in Africa. Good leadership means having practical solutions that are tailored to the needs and challenges of the people. We must have policies that cater to the needs of people, especially the most vulnerable communities. We must build bridges rather than walls. And I would just say these few words before my 7 minutes are finished. A very good mentor of mine normally tells this story about building walls and bridges. He says, if you take two seeds of the same kind, of the same quality, on the same day, and you sow them in the same place with few meters apart, and you build a wall in between these seeds. On the one side of the wall, you have rain and you have sunshine and you have photosynthesis. On the other side of the wall, because of the wall, you are unable to have the necessary conditions for this seed to grow. Even though you planted them on the same day and they are of the same quality, of the same kind, the one that have the necessary conditions to grow will grow and blossom and bear fruits. The one that does not have the necessary conditions will struggle to grow. When that happens, society loses, because instead of producing the 100% capacity and potential that these both seeds have, we'll just be getting half of the production capacity. And we as leaders, you as young leaders, you have a responsibility to make sure that you break those walls and you build bridges. You make sure that both seeds would get the necessary conditions to grow and blossom and bear fruits. So my advice to you is to make sure that we do exactly that. Thank you.
Very good, Honorable Fallow. Thank you so much for your words. Before I proceed, is it possible for you to please turn on your camera? You had it on earlier and somehow it got turned off. I don't know if that was by accident.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice that.
It's okay. It's okay, Your Honorable. So one of the greatest joys of being a moderator is that I get to Google people. I get to stalk them on social media. I get to learn about them. I get to read their some of their past speeches. I get to listen to their speeches on YouTube. And Your Honorable Fallow, as I was stalking you online over the past few days, you often speak on the plight impacting people of African descent. So this year has been unprecedented for many of us, especially as it relates to race relations globally. For example, COVID-19 has exposed the plight of Black and Brown people in America, right? And as we know, racism is perhaps one of the world's greatest sins, which has severely undermined the quality of life and the development across the African continent. So as a legislator, how do you propose that we cure and address this phenomenon?
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. And as you rightfully said, we know disproportionate cases of COVID-19 in our communities as people of African descent is due to lack of access to quality healthcare, with majority of the countries implementing neoliberal policies, privatizing health systems, cutting hospital budgets, failing to invest in much needed infrastructure, and so on and so forth. We also know that people of African descent are often on the front line of what have been referred to, in the context of this crisis as, the essential services. We normally say, we hear politicians like, policymakers would say, you should stay at home and work from home. But that does not apply to poor working class people, because those people working in essential services, essential workers that are working in public transport services, in sanitation and delivery services and others, they cannot afford to stay at home, because they're already in vulnerable conditions that if they stay at home, they wouldn't be able to pay their rents. If they stay at home, their children will not be able to eat. So they are not privileged to be able to stay at home and keep away from supporting their families. So Black people and people of African descent, people of color, have been disproportionately affected because they are forced to go out. They're forced to go out and make a living. And when they do that, then they're susceptible to getting COVID. When it comes to racism, as I said, it's a global phenomenon. Racism has always existed, but now we've seen that racism is at a global level, at a level that we've not seen for a long, long time. Now, what I am doing in the work that I do as a member of parliament, but also as a member of the Council of Europe, I've been given the mandate as this, general rapporteur on racism and intolerance. Having that mandate gives me the possibility to be able to travel around Europe, to be able to talk to leaders about the pandemic, the racist pandemic, because it's not only COVID pandemic. We've been fighting a pandemic of racism for many, many years. Now, having somebody like me that have a frame of reference that I have as a Black man living in Europe, experiencing racism in all forms, I find it it's my responsibility to make sure that I speak out. And not everybody have that possibility and privilege, because the representation we know as it is very, very low. So we have to empower younger generation of leaders so that they can also step up and take position and sit around the table where these decisions are made, so that they'll be able to raise issues concerning our communities at the same level as everybody else. And that is something that I've been trying to do. And I'm writing 2 reports at the moment. I'm writing one on, anti-Black racism in Europe. And the idea is to make sure that after writing that report, it would come with some proposals so that it will be legislation at European level that can protect the rights of people of African descent. That is what we can do as people of African descent when we have the possibility to sit in places of power that I have.
Absolutely. This is
Very good,
Camille.
very good, your honorable. I have one last question for you, as we discussed, and then we will go on to our next our next speaker, which is Assemblyman Fall from New York City, and I'm sure he's probably logged on. So just give us one few minutes, Mr. Assemblyman. I understand your time is valuable, but just one more question for the honorable minister, Mr. Fallow. Now, as you know, Africa has one of the youngest populations in the world, with an average age of 18. What is the role of the youth in the development of our beloved African continent?
Very important question again. I mean, you have great questions. Almost 60% of African population is under the age of 25. It is the world's youngest continent. Africa has lost, there's a new report that shows that Africa has lost nearly $89 billion in illicit financial flows, such as tax evasion and theft, according to recent UN study. This amount amounts to more than it receives in development aid. This report shows that an increasing trend, and it's higher than most previous estimated, according to the United Nations report. The continent that is considered to be an aid reliant and is actually a net exporter of capital. We export a lot of capital, illicit capital exports, resources that were meant to be invested in the continent for job creation and to build and strengthen the economies of the continent for all these young people that we're talking about. There's a huge opportunity in having such a young population in Africa. Investing in education, health, and creating an environment that would stimulate job creation and sustainable investment could create high democratic and financial and social dividends beyond anything we have seen. Now, but rather than that, the scramble of Africa continues, stripping the continent of all its resources, all that is meant to create hope for the younger generation, rendering them in deep hopelessness and desperation, leading to the deadly journeys through the Mediterranean. And we all know what happens to the Mediterranean. So my advice, what I would say the young people need to do is organize, organize, organize. Take charge of your future, assume leadership, demand accountability from your leaders, use your political power in your numbers as a leverage to demand change, and do not accept authoritarian rule. We've passed those days. You have the numbers, you have the strength. We need the revolution in Africa to change for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fallow. We greatly appreciate your time and the words that you have shared with us. And you are absolutely correct. If Africa is going to continue on its path to development, sustainability, and so on, the youth must be incorporated. So again, thank you so much for your time. And we will move on to Assemblyman Fall. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining.
Good afternoon, Assemblyman Fall. Are you here with us?
No, I think the team is still trying to log in. So if we still have Member of Parliament Jallow, if you're still here, I just wanted to ask you a quick question. This is Camille. While we wait for the Assemblyman to log in, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, so it's an honor to meet you. I've heard a lot of great things, so thank you for what you do. You're truly inspirational, and I wanted to just talk to you. I bet you're aware about this. When we did our research for this year's edition, we looked around the world to look at people of African descent at the highest levels in politics and business, media and culture. And Europe fell very short. In the UK, for example, there were no PADs, people of African descent, at the highest levels. You and maybe a handful of others are in the council. But at the highest level of the European Commission, we are absolutely absent. So, and it's Latin America, as you saw earlier from the earlier session, ministers in the cabinet level, senators of African descent, we're doing better than Europe. So what's your take on that? And what do we need to do to support you in Europe to get where we need to be in terms of representation?
Thank you very much, Camille, and thank you for having me again. It's very true what you're saying. That's the lack of representation is quite significant in Europe, even though Black people have been living here for hundreds of years. We fought both the First and the Second World War defending Europe. And a lot of Black people died, sacrificed their lives defending Europe. But yet, we have a huge problem of recognition. Europe still has not recognized Black people as a part and parcel of its population, as a part and parcel of its citizens, even though we have several generations of Black people living here in Europe today. So,
and Europe is the biggest beneficiary of slavery.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that when we talk about reparations, we're not only talking about financial reparations, we're talking about the fact that Black people have sacrificed a lot for generations, need to be around the table where decisions are made. We need to be able to be represented where decisions and policies are made, policies that will affect our lives, that would affect our living conditions. And there is some form of denial and some form of, I don't know, we've been talking about it for many, many years. Even when the new parliament and the new commission was established, that was one of the main things that was established, that there is not a single person of African descent within the leadership. And we always mention that. Now, one of the things that has been done is that there's a resolution passed in the commission, in the parliament, establishing that representation needs to be available. It matters, but also there are so many other policies that are on the pipeline that we're working on, which I think is good, but policy is only on paper. We need to make sure that they're actually implemented so that we can see actual change. And that's something we're fighting for every single day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. I mean, it's a tireless job. And I think what needs to happen is more of a global coalition that needs to start to happen. As you can see, you know, I don't know if you knew this, but, you know, the Vice President of Costa Rica is an Afro-descendant. We are in some very strategic places. And I must say that I hope when we share with the world this addition that we did, the research that we did, and where people of African descent are, there's a level of isolation that I bet you feel being one of the very few, you know, people of African descent in the European Parliament, that hopefully when you all see this list, you start to see that each other exists. So reduce that isolation that you feel and embolden you to know that there are people in very high places of African descent, that what we need is to consolidate power and consolidate that voice so that when we speak, Europe listens, right? And also, let me ask you this about what is the role of Africa? What do you believe?
The role of Africa is quite significant. And I've had the privilege to—
African governments.
Yes, African governments, because they have representatives here. All the African governments have representatives in Europe. And I try to communicate with them through the representatives in Europe. In Sweden, in fact, I am heading an organization of all the African ambassadors that are in Sweden here, representing African countries. And the idea is basically this, to be able to have this conversation so that we can discuss their responsibility in empowering the African leaders or people of African descent living in the diaspora. Just two things before you move on to the next panelist. The first thing is a challenge that we've had for so many years is that all these ambassadors, and I hope they're listening, all these ambassadors that are here representing Africa, being paid by taxpayers, that are living, you know, great lives here, living in big houses, driving nice cars, going to all these fancy meetings. When Black people are being attacked and brutalized in Europe, you don't see them speaking out. You don't see them talking about it. You don't see them coming and helping out. Where are you? You need to speak out. That is your job. The second thing is that we've been trying to establish a transatlantic network. I've been leading a delegation for many years from Europe to young African leaders, from Europe to the United States, where we go to the Congressional Black Caucus conference, and we build networks and we speak about our challenges that we're having here to try to establish some kind of a relationship, to explain that what you're going through here, we're going through exactly the same thing. We have a common history, we have common realities, so therefore we need to work together even more. And that's what we need help. We need to work more together, you know, to support each other, to empower each other. Most Americans, people of African descent or African Americans, most of them think that what they're going through and the hate that they're facing, it only exists in the United States. It is not.
Absolutely.
We organize demonstrations here every year, several in support, in solidarity with African Americans. But I wonder if there has been any demonstration in the United States in solidarity with Black people that are killed, shot, killed, locked up, brutalized in Europe. We need to do that.
it is a lack of awareness. So one of the beautiful things about MyPad as a platform is that we're trying to shift that conversation. We're US based, you know, in New York, but we have what you saw today, talking to Latin America, talking to Brazil, right? Member of Parliament from Pakistan, you know, shifting the conversation. Black Iranians, you know, talking about, you know, Black descendants who are in India and Pakistan, in China, what Blacks and Africans are facing in Africa. So
That's
it
right.
has to be that collective voice. So that's why, you know, we do what we do, is to shift the conversation, you know, across the world, so that Americans, Black Americans, can know that you're not alone. We are all together in this, and this is that global movement. This is our time, and
Absolutely.
I am truly honored to be speaking with you, and want to. My final thought to you is that you're not alone, and what we're here to do is to support in building a community that can empower you and others around the world to know that we as people of African descent can rise to the occasion. The visual I want to share with everybody in closing is, imagine the world systems are collapsing. We have traditionally been at the bottom, so the weight of all of that collapse is going to fall on us. So we have two options. We can either rise to the occasion, or we could crumble with it. And I think we're built to survive. We're built to be strong. So this is our time, and together with allies, we can't do it alone. I think we are onto something really special. So with that, I would like to, just draw the conversation to a close, and we're just 6 minutes into closing today's opening ceremony. Thank you so much to all our speakers from around the world, to our hosts, Joanna and Renee from Brazil, and Joanna in Washington, D.C. I'm going to hand it over to you just to give us your final thoughts. What is the one thing that you learned today from all our world leaders? Final thoughts.
Joanna, you go first, lady first.
First and foremost, Your Honorable, again, thank you so much for your time. And before we close, we have one last speaker. He will be on in about 2 minutes. But before we close, and before I allow you to speak for a few more minutes, one thing that I've learned from the world leaders is the importance of utilizing your voice and your platform to raise awareness to some of the issues impacting society's most vulnerable. So I think that has been the most consistent theme from the first vice president to Mr. Jallow. So I think for me, that's the biggest takeaway. So in a sense, it has this conference so far has reaffirmed and some of my beliefs and some of my thoughts when it comes to my role as someone that I consider to be a leader in society. So thank you again to the panelists and our distinguished guests. And I will turn it over to my co-panelists. What have you learned? What has been the one constant theme that stuck out to you?
Well, Joanna, I think I could stay here the entire afternoon, because it's already afternoon here in Brazil, talking of what I have learned today with the world leaders. But I think the one thing that stood out for me is the idea that we need to build bridges in the entire world with the African communities in the entire world, the Africa diaspora, and also the African nations, because basically, it doesn't matter if you are here in Latin America, if you are there in Washington, if you are in Nigeria, if you are in Asia, we are all facing the same problem in the entire world. So we need to get together. You need to have this sort of, community, the sense of community, and work together to build more equal societies. We need to fight together against the racism, against the police brutality. You saw Leci Brandão from Brazil. She was saying that police here in Brazil, they profile Black people as criminal. So we need to change this. We need to change the systemic racism, which is putting our brothers and sisters below the line. You know, they are treating some of us as not part of the society. So it's our role as this generation to change everything. You know, we need to look forward and we need to connect. I think what we are doing here, we are connecting people, we are connecting idea for a bigger role, you know, for something bigger than us. So I think my final message is this: we need to stay together, we need to act together, and we need to think together. I think together is the word that stood out today for me in this conversation, this very insightful conversation. I have a lot of thoughts, and now I have a lot of ideas that I want to discuss with my partners and my peers later on. So I'm very thrilled and honored for all of you who stayed with us the entire day, you know, supporting us as well, because this is a very important initiative, and we need to act together. This is my final message. This is my final thought.
Very good, Mr. Co-moderator. So we're practically done, but before we close out, we have our distinguished panelist, which is the Honorable Assembly Member Charles Fall, who represents New York's 61st Assembly District, and he is the first Muslim and African American Assembly member elected from Staten Island. Again, welcome. And you now have the floor to share your thoughts with us. And before you have the floor, let me say this: he is in my Padian. He was a finalist during last year's class, so he's part of us. He's one of us. So again, thank you so much for your time and your dedication to fighting and to promote the interests of people of African descent globally. You have the floor.
Yeah, Joanna, do you know how is he logged in? Because we can't see him.
I'm
Where
sorry.
is he?
Oh, he's there. He says, I don't think I'm a panelist. He just sent a
Yeah,
chat.
but what is the name that he's in on?
Charles Fall. Charles.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So is he? I'm sorry. Is he here?
Yeah, he is actually. Okay. But can we elevate him to? A panelist? Prince, any of the hosts, please. Just look for him an attendee and elevate him to promote him. Okay. Now he's in.
Okay, very good. Mr. Assembly Member Fall, you have the floor. Thank you so much for joining us. I introduced you earlier, just a few seconds ago. I'm not sure if you heard me, but you have everything. Okay, very good.
And I'm happy that I was promoted. So thank you guys for promoting me on Zoom. So I apologize that I'm taking this call from my car, but I was at a previous engagement and heading to another one. But it's such an honor, Joanna, to be here, and thank you for those kind words, and thank you for recognizing me last year, and all the other folks that you guys recognized. It's a great honor to have received this honor last year, and I also want to congratulate all of the honorees this year, because you all are doing something significant in the communities that you represent or do the work in, and I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, to say thank you for all that you guys do, especially you always gotta make sure that the folks out there understand that the African community is doing so much in this country, right? And that's why, for me, when I was elected as the first in Staten Island, it didn't stop there. It's all about making sure that younger folks understand with hard work, dedication, and also understanding where they come from, anything is possible. Those family values, being united as a community, bringing the community together. Those are things that are very strong for me, that I believe in, something that my parents instilled in me as far back, obviously, since I was a kid. But I just wanted to come on and congratulate you honorees and all those that are here to emphasize the importance of our community being united, because when we are united, we are strong. And I also want to give a big shout out, because I am my family does come from Guinea. Today's Guinea's 62nd independence. It's Independence Day for Guinea, so it's our 62nd anniversary. So I want to make sure that I highlight that as well. So thank you so much again for having me. God bless you all. Please remember to stay safe. And don't forget, we're still in the pandemic, so we all got to do our part. So, you know, we're controlling the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you, thank you so much for your remarks, Mr. Assemblyman. I'm not sure if you have a few seconds for one or two questions. Would that be possible? Just one question.
I have as many questions as you guys have. I'm ready for it.
Okay, very good. Actually, I'm just going to ask you one question. So, as you know, you are very familiar. Is that your baby?
Yep, that's my colleague.
Okay,
so I have Nyla over here. Say hi, Nyla.
Hey!
Say hello.
Hello. Cute. Absolutely
and then
cute.
I have Maimuna here.
Oh, hello. Hello. Beautiful family. Okay,
Those are my colleagues.
You know, I heard a baby's voice. It just woke me up. I love children.
Oh, congratulations.
But in any event, as you know, the difference, oftentimes, the difference between those who are successful and those who are not is a matter of access to opportunities. And you also know this. Many of the men and women being recognized this weekend are some of the most influential people of African descent. They are in spaces where historically we have not had access to. They are trailblazers. They are breaking barriers. They are just some of the most phenomenal people you will meet on this earth. So I want to know from your perspective, and as an elected official, you are in the business of service, right? This is all about service for you, I would imagine. So what message do you have for this year's MyPadians as it relates to service?
One, so when it comes to access, I want to make it very clear to everybody, anybody that wants to reach out to me, that's looking for advice on something, I'm very accessible. So please feel free to reach out to me, whether it's on social media, whether it's through my office. Happy to answer any questions, provide any guidance I can. And because when I first got involved in politics, it started out with volunteering at the local level, right? Regardless of what political party you're in, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, one of the things I always encourage folks to do is to get involved politically. It does not hurt you. It's it's like you're getting involved in a network of people that just believe one political philosophy, and then you have other people that's in that that has that political philosophy that's working in different fields, whether they're in government, whether they're practicing a law, whether they're doctors, whether they're they're in the unions, in the trades, whatever it is. And so that's why I really feel like that's one of the biggest points that I really want to emphasize is trying your best to get involved politically. And again, any way I could be helpful or provide any guidance. I'm very transparent, with how I got to where I am, and also I think if you live in a community and you think there's an issue there that needs to be addressed, that the issue doesn't have to be what the issue currently is, right? And you can make that an issue to the point where it gets addressed. Sometimes you just gotta tackle things head on. If you don't have an idea of how to go about it, happy to have a conversation with you, because there's a lot of things I gotta tackle head on. It's not easy, but as long as the conversation is started and you know what the goal is and you have an idea of how to complete those objectives to reach your goal, I think that's the biggest point that I guess I would.
Very good. Thank you so much, Assemblymember Fall, for your time. I know you are with the kids, and in spite of that, you hopped on. You could have said, I'm not available any longer. We took you, you presented a bit later than expected, so we appreciate your patience. Again, thank you so much, and you have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. And happy Independence Day to your country. And also, yesterday was Nigeria's Independence Day, so happy Independence Day to all of my Nigerians on the call. So to close out, again, today has been phenomenal. I am inspired by the speakers who spoke today, from the vice president of a country in Latin America to members of Congress in the United States, as well as members of parliament in Europe and so many other countries. Thank you for your commitment and your time. And thank you so much to the folks who joined us. I understand 2020 is a year like no other. Many of you are probably dealing with challenges because of COVID-19, and yet you still joined and you still wanted to be a part of this. So thank you for your commitment to addressing issues impacting people of African descent. It's been a pleasure hosting this show. I will call it a show. It's been a show. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. Thank you for the opportunity. And I will hand it over to my co-moderator, Renan, to close us out. Thank you so much. And thank you, Camille, for the opportunity to play an integral role in this year's conference. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Joanna, I'm gonna go for the same path. I think all of you who joined us today live, following us on Facebook, and also posting pictures of us talking here and bringing to you the most important leaders in the world to talk to you and to give you a message of hope. I also hope that we were able today to change the beat of your mind and also to inspire you to fight for our cause globally. So I thank you, all of you guys in the world, in Brazil, Latin America. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much. A special thanks to Camille for trusting us for this noble mission of moderating this panel, and thank all the translators, all of you guys, you made this possible, and also to my co-moderator, Joanna, who is an amazing and inspiring person. Thank you very much, guys.
And that's it, folks. Thank you so much for the remainder of the weekend. Tomorrow we have 2 sessions. In the morning we have a training session. In the afternoon we have the reunion that starts off at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on Sunday as well, we have the training in the morning and also the recognition ceremony at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So please take note of those times, and hopefully you can join us again. Like everybody else has said, it was a fantastic session, and thank you so much for everyone who joined, and for those folks who stayed with us for, 4 hours, great job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll leave the Zoom on for another 2 minutes for folks to interact on chat, and then we'll pretty much close out. So thank you again, and we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be here again. Hopefully everybody's registered and can make it. The reunion should be really fun. We have the First Lady of Sierra Leone will be joining us, as well as other global leaders as well, to get the progress of what our folks have been doing since they've been part of the MyPadNet. So that should be very exciting. Once again, thank you, everyone, and
thank you.
Bye-bye.
And shout out to Lita for serving as an unannounced guest. You did really well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to our tech support. Without you guys,
translators. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great experience. Thanks a lot.